I'm coming from a family with like pretty hardcore science background. My dad is, this is for the recording actually. Yeah. So you will hear my voice, hopefully, right? Good. So my dad is a nuclear physicist. My mom is a geneticist. I grew up learning one very clear thing. Problems are things that can be solved. If they can't be solved, they're not called problems. They're called states or griping. And I think that's one of the things that frustrates me a bit about the climate breakdown, is that a lot of conference, a lot of events, a lot of conversations is about the state. It's about the problem, it's what's not working, and it's not about the solutions. So one of the things I really wanted to do, and I'm super excited that you're all here, is to get a conference where we talk about what's causing it, what are the consequences, but then the solutions. And also on the solution sides, the breadth of the solutions. What are policy issues? What are like anything from architecture to farm animals to energy? And I'm sort of super, super excited and super honored to have all of you here, all of the super smart people. I think that the office at BlueYard has like a very high median IQ right now. So sort of when you're leaving, we're down base where we usually hang out. But it's going to be super exciting to have this event today. And I think most important of all is that I really hope that we're going to have a lot of fun and a lot of conversations. And I think you're going to see that the agenda is designed for interactions. So very short talks. I'm sorry for all the speakers who are used to having like 40 minutes talks, who asked me to do 15 minutes, and I told them they have 10. So it's going to be tight. But the reason is because we want mass amounts of energy and then mass amounts of conversation. And for that, Christy will be your timer. And when there's 2 minutes left, Christy will show you. When there's 1 minute left, Christy will surely show you. And when you're out, Christy will stand up and walk towards you. And when Christy is hugging you, you're off stage. And Christy's a pro wrestler, so like don't try. And then another thing, like for the emergencies, like super practicalities, there's an exit there, there's an exit there, there's a bathroom there for those kind of emergencies, and for the most important of all, there's coffee in there. So I hope that you're getting ready for a super awesome event where we're hopefully going to talk about anything from energy to architecture. So thank you all for coming, and I'd love to welcome David to stage. You don't need to.
Yeah, good. So I'm delighted to be here. I am, contrary to what you've just heard, somebody who for 20 years has been working on these problems. So some of us have been doing this, and in a very real sense. I've been working in the British government as Chief Scientific Advisor and as Climate Envoy, and so I've been very close to the British system, but also to the system around the world because I was a negotiating leader in that process. First of all, I've got a slide presentation, so let me ask for the next slide. If I can even do it myself. In my second job in the British government, in the Foreign Office, as the climate ambassador for the UK, I led a program together with a wonderful friend of ours, Simon Sharp, on risk analysis associated with climate change. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is a group of scientists who are not used to dealing with statistical calculations. They are used to trying to predict the future with some certainty. When you talk to an actuary, you're talking to somebody who's used to calculating small risk probabilities. So for the first time, we introduced actuaries from the City of London into this program, from the insurance and reinsurance sector. And we worked with the Chinese and Indian government for a full year. They provided, we had a total of 110 people, and they provided army generals, admirals, security advisors, and policy advisors, and we provided the climate scientists and others. And we developed this program around the idea that it's extreme risks associated with climate change that are changing in probability with time. And that really hasn't been calculated before. Extreme weather events is really where the big challenges come. 2003, in European hot summer, the hot summer of 2003, an estimated 40,000 people died. This last summer, again, as hot again. Those summer events were supposed to be 1 in 1,000 to 1 in 2,000 years. They're now occurring, of course, much more rapidly because the baseline temperature, the starting point, is so much higher. equally sea level rise. And the challenge of sea level rise is not just the stable level of the sea, but when there are storms at sea, the incursion of the water is much further inland. And that's what we're seeing currently. The worst floods in Britain, 2012-13, occurred because of this rising sea levels, and then incursion of the water is much further than usual. We're an island nation, and we know that flooding is our biggest problem, because when it's raining on land, it's also stormy at sea, and we're attacked from both sides. Now, this project was extremely successful in the sense that we were able to demonstrate to both China and India what a massive series of risks they're faced with. We got their governments to ask us at the end of a 6-month period, what do you think are the biggest challenges that your country is faced with, even with a low risk probability? And perhaps the surprise was China coming back and saying, our production of rice completely fails in 1 year. And of course, that's a massive challenge to the Chinese population. But it's also a challenge, by the way, to the rest of the world, because they've got deep pockets there beyond the world markets, trying to buy up every form of food they can get. And while that probability today is very low, just a 0.5 degree centigrade temperature rise above the present level, and the probability of that happening in a given year approaches 1% and goes beyond that with a higher temperature rise than that. So at the moment, we are projected forward to a 3-4 degree centigrade temperature rise, and so China's risk is that rice production will fail 1 year in 5, well before that time. Now, quite clearly, that is not a survivable situation, particularly as the biggest rice paddy fields in the world are subject to flood risk. If you look at the Mekong Delta, the biggest single rice paddy field series in the world, rising sea levels, storms at sea, storms inland, and that becomes salinated and non-productive. The same with Indonesia. So the big rice-producing areas of the world are severely at risk going forward in time. So these were the sort of risks we analyzed. First big city in the world, we concluded to go effectively underwater so often that it would have to be abandoned, is Calcutta. But that's followed by cities like Shanghai, New York, and so on. So what we see is, from extreme weather events, the risk becomes simply untenable going forward in time. One of the reasons I like the title of this conference here is because some 6 years ago I began working on something I called the Global Apollo Program. Believe me, it's much the same as the Manhattan Project. This was imitating Kennedy's "Let's land a man on the moon." We can do the technology, let's just get on and do it. And a group of us in the UK, and I say the key characters were Richard Layard, economist, and myself, we led a project which ended up being called not Global Apollo Program. I saw Prime Minister Modi, my first Prime Minister, on this event, and he didn't like the name Apollo, but he liked the idea. He changed it to Mission Innovation. And on the first day of the COP process, we had these 22 heads of government standing on a platform under that Mission Innovation title. What is Mission Innovation? We asked countries to voluntarily, and by the way, the United Nations gets so hooked up on total agreement, voluntary is really a good way forward, voluntary to join this campaign to create a fund of $30 billion a year of public money spent on research and development into the new technologies needed in a zero carbon world. And this is now this year spending $22 billion. So Mission Innovation is up and running, and the British government is very much in a leadership role, but we've got a number of other governments also helping to lead the program. Mission Innovation is fully operative, and it is developing some exciting new technologies. The whole idea is to reduce the risk for the private sector to take the successful technologies into the marketplace, which is one reason why you see a non-head of government here, Bill Gates. He's contributed $1 billion to a fund to invest in the new technologies emerging, and he's pointing out this is an investment, it is not philanthropic money. Now, what am I so worried about today? I've been on television and radio all day yesterday in the UK. What am I so worried about? Basically, that reliance in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, not only on exact science, but also on calculations, on computer-based science, means that they predicted that Arctic sea ice, at the present rate of emissions, would disappear by the end of the century in the Arctic summer. And these are the measurements that have been made painstakingly by my Cambridge colleague, Peter Wadhams, who's the only person in the world who has traveled in all three countries' nuclear submarines. He's traveled in the British, the American, and the Soviet Union nuclear submarines under the Arctic. Trusted scientist by everyone in the world. These are his measurements, averaged for the whole of the Arctic region. And 1 minute 50, my God. So what this is showing you is the extrapolation that the IPCC does says that will be a linear extrapolation forward. They do not include positive feedbacks. So what you see is the Arctic sea ice has virtually gone in the summer. The blue Arctic Ocean is open to the sunlight. The Arctic Circle region is now heating up at about 2.5 times the rate of the rest of the planet. And so what are the consequences? First of all, the meandering of the polar vortex. If you're wondering why we're experiencing this strange weather at the moment, we've got a hot spot at the North Pole. I was talking in Houston, Texas, when the temperature down there was -15 and the temperature at the North Pole was -1. Right, so you've got a temperature inversion. At this point, this polar vortex, it wanders around. You can see that the coldest region is up here, Canada, the United States. Much colder than the North Pole. This is the distortion that is happening from the warming of the Arctic region here because of the loss of the summer sea ice. Consequences of that are not only this real change in weather patterns, but of course the Greenland ice rapidly disappearing. As all of that disappears, global sea levels rise 7 meters just from that effect. And then finally, methane emissions, and we've all been saying we don't know too much about methane emissions. There's enough methane there that if it all emits, we see temperature rises of 12, 14 degrees centigrade. Is that going to happen? All right, let me just skip on. I attended last year in Reykjavik, the Arctic Circle conference. You're going to get up any minute now, aren't you? And I just show you these pictures because they are rather dramatic. These were shown for the first time, and these are explosions of methane in the permafrost up in the Yamal region of northern Russia. They were heard 300 kilometers away in a small village. They complained to the government. They thought they were trying out explosives, and it turns out these are natural events. How many of these have happened to date? About 1,000. Right, each of them producing a lot of methane. This is just the beginning of the loss of methane in that region. And so what I'm doing now in Cambridge is setting up a Centre for Climate Repair, and the Centre for Climate Repair has as its objectives fourfold. Deep and rapid emissions reduction. We've got to get to net zero emissions. As long as we're emitting 40 billion tons of greenhouse gases a year, we're in a hopeless place. We have to create new carbon dioxide sinks, and I hope we're going to discuss a whole range of these sinks. I've got a favorite that isn't under discussion at the moment. Restore the atmosphere to where it was before. Less than 350 parts per million has got to be the objective. Today we're at 410. You have to go back 3 million years before you get to 410 parts per million, when the temperature globally was 10 degrees centigrade higher than now. We've got to get it back to 350, and here's the big challenge to the engineers, and we have to refreeze the poles because we're not going to cool the planet down quickly enough. Thank you.
Yes, so I'm an architect, and I'd like to spend the next 9 minutes and 52 seconds talking about one idea which we call hedonistic sustainability. This is our first project 19 years ago. It's basically a harbor bath, Copenhagen harbor bath. And it's because the port of Copenhagen has become so clean that you can swim in the water. And it sort of made us realize that a clean port is not only good for the fish, it's also amazing for the citizens that live in the city. They don't have to sit in the car to drive for hours to get to the beach. They can jump in the port in the middle of the city. So in a way, sustainable cities and buildings could actually be more enjoyable than the alternative, which came to this idea of hedonistic sustainability. This is a building we built for it's the main energy company in Shenzhen. It's basically a 100,000 square meter office building in a subtropical climate. The facade is made almost like an Issey Miyake fabric, facing the predominant direction of the sun, it's all opaque. Facing away from the sun, it's all glass. Within this logic, you can make larger openings, make larger opaque areas. So it's basically transitions from opaque to transparent. And this idea alone reduces the energy consumption based on cooling with 30%. So in a way, what makes the building sort of more beautiful is also what makes it perform better in terms of the environment. You could call it sort of aesthetic sustainability. On October 4, we are opening this building in Copenhagen. It's basically a waste-to-energy power plant. It's the cleanest of its kind, having very low CO2 emissions and no toxins, which means that we could actually sort of reimagine what a power plant means. In Denmark, we have absolutely no mountains. We have to go to Sweden, 6 hours away to find the nearest alpine ski slope. But because of the magnitude of this power plant, we could actually turn the roof of it into an alpine park. Because we don't have so much snow, we made it so you can ski all year round. This is one of our first tests when it was still under construction. But essentially, again, this idea that clean technology is not only better for the environment, it has completely new possibilities. Normally, you would want to be as far away as possible from a power plant. It sort of blocks the view, it casts shadows on the neighbors. Now it's really sort of probably the most desirable destination in Copenhagen. Also, at the Olympics, Denmark got 0 medals. We can now start practicing at home. Next to it, we're trying to sort of upcycle decommissioned containers. 9 containers. You can buy them for 2,000 euros in Amsterdam when they've been around the world a few times. This one was assembled in Poland, dragged across the Baltic Sea into the port of Copenhagen. And now it's the home of 12 students. So it's essentially just trying to take sort of a decommissioned piece of global infrastructure and try to solve the housing challenges. Because it's a houseboat, it's entirely off the grid. One container has photovoltaics. They drive the electricity, but also they drive a heat pump in the pontoon below it. So all hot water and all heating comes by sucking it out of the sea. So this idea that we started noticing when there's no existing infrastructure, you actually have the benefits that you can create much more ideal and much more contemporary solutions. There's a whole village of these coming in Copenhagen and soon in Gothenburg. And speaking of the ports, one of our biggest projects to date is dealing with this kind of climate crisis coming. This is New York before Hurricane Sandy, and this is after Sandy. We got asked by the Obama Sandy Recovery Fund to look at making the necessary flood protection for Manhattan so it doesn't become a seawall segregating the life of the city from the water around it. And we got inspired by the High Line, this piece of decommissioned train tracks that have now, once they decommission them, become one of the most popular parks in New York. So we thought, could you actually do the resiliency infrastructure of Manhattan 10 miles where you don't have to wait until you shut it down before it becomes nice? You can actually design it with premeditated positive and social and environmental side effects. So we sat down with different user groups along the entire waterfront of Manhattan. And with them, we tried to sit down and design the necessary hard engineering, like the different sort of flood levees. Some of them are just basically almost like giant pieces of furniture and plantings. Some are deployable elements suspended under the FDR. In other places where we have more space, we're actually creating sort of rolling hills that protect the park from the noise of the highway, but also have been designed with the exact geometry and with a sort of a resilience to be able to withstand an incoming flood. So essentially the thinking is to somehow try to use the necessity of, in this case, protecting the city of Manhattan from flooding to actually make the waterfront more enjoyable and more accessible to the people living there, in a way using the crisis as an occasion to actually create a more enjoyable city. That brings me to the last sort of project I'd like to leave you with, is what Manhattan is experiencing, most cities in the world are experiencing. So at some point we sat down with a group called Oceanics and tried to see, could we design a city from scratch based on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations? So essentially designed it with a sort of an energy kit of part, harvesting energy locally. It's designed for the tropics to begin with, to sort of capture and store and clean water, to provide our own food within the city. So we're ruling out dairy, but we have fish and plant-based diet. And then, of course, to deal with all the waste as a resource. So where you can say a typical master plan is about sort of, distributing building blocks and the roads between them. Here we started actually with the available resources we have and started building almost like a human-made ecosystem. And again, with the benefit that there's no existing inefficient infrastructure we have to compete with. We have to start from scratch. So it's modular, almost like a scaled-up version of the student housing we've been doing. You can make it off-site. We're designing this whole kit of parts of coastline, so each island can actually be a unique landscape. All the agriculture has to happen in a decentralized way as part of the parkscape. You actually have permaculture gardens. Of course, photovoltaics. We use only light materials, renewable materials, wood and bamboo. And of course, any architecture is possible on this kind of island. Underneath all of the sort of necessary backup, similarly to the student housing, just at a bigger scale. And you can almost see it as a kind of vertical section where you have, classic but efficient agriculture on top, aeroponics and hydroponics below, and finally ocean farming suspended underneath the floating island. And then the mooring to the ground is this kind of biorock reef, a regenerative material that actually grows in water and can help rebuild habitat. So one island is for 300 people. They can bundle together, form a little neighborhood of 1,600 people, a small town of 10,000 people. And then, of course, if it becomes successful, we're looking at Southeast Asia for the first one, a little scale comparison to Manhattan. It could, of course, grow organically and you can reconfigure over time. So just to leave you with a few snapshots of what this first town will look like. As you approach, you'll see, of course, the aquatic residents moving around in different forms of water mobility, the permaculture gardens as parks, the greenhouses as orangeries, the space below also part of the social environment of this city. And then, of course, it's been designed in this case for Southeast Asia, but you can imagine any culture, maybe this could be the Middle East, Cambodia, Scandinavia. So the basic idea is that, of course, to begin with, we are designing this as a real estate project. It's essentially a profitable way of almost like printing real estate, but it also allows us to generate the necessary technologies and the necessary human-made ecosystems at scale. So when some of the island nations actually start sinking, we have actually already developed the necessary infrastructure. And you can imagine that, of course, this is not the ideal situation for all of planet Earth, but I think it's maybe one more example of something that will eventually be necessary for some cities and some countries, and also this idea of trying to take the necessary challenges and and use the necessity as a driver of something that could also be desirable.
Hi, I'm Tomer Shalit from ClimateView. In 2015, the world gathered in Paris. Together we declared we are going to stay well below 2 degrees. That's really fantastic. Since then, hundreds of cities and some nations have declared climate emergencies. That's absolutely great. But emissions are going up. Even where we are from, Sweden, who tries to be best in class, emissions are going up. Why is this so hard? We have agreed on the goals. We actually know how to get there, at least the first part of it, but we are heading in the wrong direction. Well, of course, this is the biggest societal transition ever tried to achieve. It requires a complex interaction of new policies, new businesses, new technologies, behavioral changes, collaboration across all society in a really, really fast speed. And the tools that we have equipped our leaders with to try and make this transition happen, the tools to this biggest undertaking humanity has done, the biggest project ever done, the tools we're using is that's not my slide. That was my dramatic point. Excel. Basically, Excel spreadsheets. I'm going to show you loads of Excel spreadsheets here to start with. How's it getting there? We're using Excel spreadsheets to try and push society. And Excel spreadsheets are also things like this. Government reports, thick, thousands and thousands of pages of papers of reports. And not my slide.
No. Yeah, exactly. Technology is hard.
Yes. Because basically, the data in these reports, there's nothing wrong with it. But this stuff is not very actionable. We can't create change in people and behavior with this stuff. Should we just plug in that? Thank you. That looks like the Excel. Good. Okay. So these Excel spreadsheets, this is, for example, Australia's Excel handing over to the IPCC. It's 147 tabs on it. You can know the number of emissions from goats in Australia if you look at this, if you really want to know. But this data is not very actionable. This is not going to change decisions, and this is not going to help decision makers that much, and it's not going to work across society. So imagine a movie. Imagine a movie where there's some kind of a catastrophe, a meteor coming to the world, or some big natural disaster. What happens in that movie? There's often some kind of situation room, a room where people gather, where frank discussions are being held, experts are being heard, decisions are being made. It will be a room of intense activity until that crisis is solved, and the room can be closed. So that's what we're doing. ClimateView is building the situation rooms for cities and nations of the world, where we're doing things like taking all this public data, all the thousands and thousands of data, and creating something that can be more actionable and can drive societal change. Sweden is the first nation that has gone live in the Situation Room in June, and this is Sweden's complete collection of those thousands of pages of our plan for the transition. I'm going to dive into it, but we'll start with an overview. We have Sweden's emissions, the potentials for solutions, the indicators showing how we're doing, and all the policies, contributions, and actions in place in the Swedish governance system to try and make this happen. So let's dive into emissions. So we have Sweden emissions as transport, industry, agriculture, energy, and other. So the width here is describing the proportion of emissions. Sweden, like most Western states, we have transport and industry, 1/3 each. That's where most of the emissions come. If you look into transport, we see that passenger transport is way bigger than goods transport. This suddenly always comes to people's surprise, but there are lots of cars out there, a lot fewer lorries, although they're big. And then we come to the interesting parts. How are we going to solve these emissions? How are we going to get rid of this red? Well, in Sweden, the scenarios look about like this. Reducing the energy usage and renewable fuels. And we have some stuff we're going to do later. So basically, reducing the energy usage, just using less energy is the biggest part of the transition. How is that going to happen? Through what we call transport efficient society. What do we mean by that? Reduced transport by car is actually the largest part. That means basically shifting people from cars to other stuff, such as increased proportion on public transport and walking and cycling. And here you see the proportions. These are the scenarios that are planned. So let's look into public transport and how things are going in Sweden. The green line there is the scenario that is planned. We're going up to about 18% of market share as being public transport. The black line shows how we're doing on a quarterly update. So this is a leading indicator. We're not talking about emissions 2 years ago. On a quarterly update, how we're doing, we are 18% off target and heading in the wrong direction. So how are we going to solve this? How do the plans look? Well, here we have all the approved policies, completed, ongoing, and suggested. And we can look at some of the suggested ones. For example, review tax deduction on travel expenses. I'm just a messenger here, so I'm not supposed to have any opinions, but ain't going to make the difference. There's a lot of stuff like this in these government pipelines, things that are not very powerful, but taking a lot of pages. And then we have some very, very important ones. But basically, this way, we can dive down into indicators on any part of Sweden's transition. Because we need an overview and we need the details to be able to make the really good decisions. Because there isn't one big how. Although we hope for fusion power, we cannot wait for it. And there's not one how, there are many, many, many hows. And we need to pick the low-hanging fruits now because we have to start going now. And this is a way to try and make that happen fast. And as I started off with, policy and decision-making is going too slow just now. It has to interact really, really fast with businesses and the rest of society. We need a shared common picture with the shared view and the shared details so that we can drive arguments and facts faster. And we need a way to actually put speed on our democratic systems, which are very well constructed, but they're also constructed with lots of silos and division of power and separation, which is good for many reasons, but actually counterproductive for what we're really trying to do now. So this is one way to try and make this transition happen faster. We're trying to build these situation rooms now in the rest of the world. Thank you.
So I'm Erin Burns. I'm the Director of Policy at Carbon 180. Carbon 180 is a small NGO based in the United States that's focused on addressing climate change through focusing primarily on carbon removal, both technological and natural. And my job is to work with researchers, entrepreneurs, companies, policymakers, and other stakeholders to create durable climate policy that advances carbon removal. And I want to talk about two things today: why policy is important and some of the things that go into creating good policy. So before working at Carbon 180, I had a similar job at a different NGO working with advanced nuclear companies, carbon capture, removal and use companies. And not infrequently, they would tell me that they didn't need policy or their technology doesn't depend on policy. And I think in lots of ways that's a really, really good goal. But it doesn't mean that policy is irrelevant for these companies and practitioners. And to be honest, many of the same folks would come back to me months or years later and say, actually, we need some policy or a little bit of that government money we heard about. And even if that hadn't been the case, we still operate in a world that's already been really shaped by policy, and that's only going to increase over the next several years. And many of these policies, along with government R&D funding, have been instrumental in making clean energy technologies cheaper and more widespread. They've also helped do this in a much faster time frame than would have otherwise been possible. And as we've heard, climate's an urgent problem and speed matters right now. Even if that doesn't convince you, know that policy is going to continue to be enacted. I'll share one example of how not engaging early can have negative consequences. So last year, the US enacted a carbon capture, removal, and use policy, often referred to as the 45Q tax credit. I won't get into what that means, but happy to talk about it afterwards. When it was being updated last year, many of the carbon use companies, the smaller ones that take capture carbon dioxide, turn it into commercial products, a sector we're really excited about, weren't deeply involved in the negotiations. And I'll say some of that was about resources and not priorities, so I don't want to pick on them, but I think it's a helpful example. But what ended up happening with this credit was that the thresholds and the specifics of the tax credit ended up being most useful for bigger companies and not all of these companies broadly. The people who engage in policy are the ones who are going to benefit from that policy most often. I'll say at Carbon 180, we see our role in part as trying to prevent those sorts of things from happening, to make sure that these companies can access it. But as I've seen over and over again, policy is both super impactful, but also the missed opportunities are, that arise from not prioritizing it are very real. I also want to talk a little bit about how we think about creating good policy. I would say I could talk for about 6 hours on this, so I want to quickly hit on just some of the things, not all of the things that we think are most important. Some of the things that are most important are policies are science-based, that they're durable, and that they take seriously the concerns of the communities who are most impacted by them. I'm guessing I don't need to convince most of the folks here that policy should be science-based, but many times that's not how policies are written. They're not written by with experts or by experts with years and years of experience in these fields, at least not in the US. There are often gaps, for example, between researchers at universities or national labs and the policymakers writing those policies, or entrepreneurs who are kind of at the cutting edge of this and the policymakers writing those bills. In particular, those companies and entrepreneurs who don't have the access or resources of big companies and well-paid lobbyists. So who writes policies? Occasionally, I'll say it's a dedicated staffer, a think tank who's really good on this. Lots of times it's not. It's someone with the resources to hire a good lobbyist, or someone who knows how to work within the existing system. And even if those folks don't write the full policy, you can be sure that they make sure that the policymakers know their perspective and that their ideas are included. And this often results in policies that are more about a particular company's interests than policies that benefit a bigger sector. At Carbon 180, we try to use our deep ties with academic and national lab communities, connections with entrepreneurs in these fields, and our experience on the ground with practitioners to create good policy from the start. But to be honest, this means sometimes going against individual companies who work in these fields for the sake of policies that help the sector as a whole. I want to give another example. There's a current bill right now in Congress that's going to update how we work on how we do R&D around carbon capture, removal, and use. We're really excited about it. Understandably, a handful of the companies have gone to the staffers to get changes to the bill. That's when we might get a call to say, are these really about, is this really helpful to just this one company, or is this about creating a really strong sector? But this is a big part of the reason we want lots of people in carbon removal, lots of people in this field in climate policy to take policy seriously, because broader engagement results in better policy. The second factor I want to touch on is creating durable policies. And here we want policies that are both unlikely to change for political reasons and unlikely to need significant substantive changes in the future. For political durability, we often think about building diverse coalitions to create and advocate for policies. I mentioned I've been traveling nonstop for a couple of weeks. So before I was in Berlin, I was with a delegation of folks from something called the Carbon Capture Coalition, which is a US-based coalition, though obviously it has some international representation, of about 60 NGOs, labor unions, oil and coal companies, think tanks, and others to visit carbon capture and industrial projects. This coalition was instrumental in updating, in those 45Q updates, was one of the biggest carbon capture policies globally. And that kind of coalition building is where we see, I mean, it took them a very long time and it was a very difficult thing, but what we saw in the end was really, really broad support in Congress, and it was something where we are optimistic about the long-term durability of these policies because you have such a broad set of stakeholders. And building broad support across those stakeholders is a difficult process, but like I said, it's something that's less likely to be subject to political whims. Including those stakeholders and working with the experts I mentioned earlier also helps to create policies that are substantively durable and that require fewer revisions and which would slow down the development and deployment of climate technologies and practices. Coalition building is hard, but we found it to be an incredibly valuable tool in creating durable policy. The last point I want to touch on, which I think is just as important in creating carbon removal or carbon capture, advanced nuclear, really any policy, is to think beyond just the hard science or just the techno-economics to the reality of how and where these technologies and practices will be deployed, and to seriously engage with the people and the communities who will be most impacted by them. We think this is important because it fits within our professional and personal morals, but even if you don't care about that, it's also key to creating durable policy that has a high chance of being enacted. Going back to the 45Q tax credit in the US, we spent nearly 7 years getting those updates enacted. And in my opinion, the most effective opposition on the left was not from the very large NGOs who focused on goals like 100% renewables. Instead, it was from smaller environmental justice organizations focused on the local impacts of things like continued oil and gas extraction in their communities. As we start to deploy these projects, we need to proactively and substantively engage with these types of concerns. This involves things like valuing impacts beyond greenhouse gas emissions or looking only to climate models to create climate policy. I was recently in a meeting where someone expressed surprise that really genuine confusion about why a country had shut down a couple of coal-fired power plants that they had planned to put carbon capture on, because from their standpoint, you put carbon capture on and the emissions are equivalent to renewables or some other type of power generation. To me, I'll say as somebody from a historic coal mining community in the United States, it seemed very obvious that there are other reasons to shut down coal plants, namely things like upstream impacts to communities from coal mining. And so I think it's really important that when we create climate policy, we think not just about our specific goal of mitigating climate change, but also about the broader impacts of our policies. This also involves genuinely taking learned experience and not just hard science seriously. And it will require being sincerely open to compromise and new ways of thinking about climate policy. I'll say at Carbon 180, we're still figuring out the best way to engage with these communities, but we think it's a vital part of good climate policy. And I just want to wrap up by saying that I think there's an enormous opportunity to help for policy to help speed the deployment of these key climate technologies. I also believe that in crafting these policies, we have the opportunity to see them not just avert the worst impacts of a warming world, but also to improve the lives of the people in whose communities these technologies and practices are deployed. Taking advantage of these opportunities, however, requires understanding that policy is both incredibly important and that it's worth taking the time and doing the work to create good policy. Thank you.
I'm Jane Darby Menton, and I'm from the Department of Politics and International Studies at Cambridge. And I have the incredible privilege of getting to ask these really brilliant, interesting people my questions first, before you guys get an opportunity to. So first of all, I just wanted to say thank you for these really interesting presentations. And I think one of the things that sort of unites all of this is that we have, you all are sort of pointing out this fact that we have this huge global problem that requires radical action quickly. And so I think the question I wanted to ask you all sort of to start off and to ask all three of you is, how do you balance those two things, the priority of sort of visualizing both the scope of the problem or the ability of the solutions, or visualizing new ways of living, or policies that can make life better, not just avert disaster? How do you balance that sort of vision with the reality that you have to implement these quickly, which means implementing them within the society that we have now, the politics that we have now, the institutions that we have now? How are you weighing those concerns?
Sure. Yeah. In this case, by first of all, making sure we really know where we, like in the case of Sweden, know exactly what's actually going on. because it's very surprising. Very often when we show this for anyone, professor or an expert, it's not a problem with people sort of, but they will see this as a forecasting. What we're showing is a forecasting method, and they'll start saying it's all wrong. This won't work. I'm like, I know, but that's what's in that book there. But they're all wrong. But by being very focused on trying to show where we are just now, sort of what are we standing on, it's much easier to then find the direction to the vision. But you need the connection. Where are we now? Where are we heading? But if you don't do the where are we now, the vision will just sort of all the time just be hand wavy.
I think vision, I don't see them as oppositional. I think vision can help you get climate policy more quickly. I think also that getting it right from the jump for us, you know, we've seen wild political swings. We'll just focus on the climate piece of this, but in the US we've seen some pretty wild political swings. And I think for us, again, thinking about how to create that durable policy, I think involves having a strong vision that incorporates as many people as possible. And I think that that helps both get you policy more quickly to be able to paint that vision of, I don't know, I think climate policy in a lot of ways can be abstract. For the US, I'll say, you know, climate has been something that lots and lots of your average voter believes in it, right? The vast majority of Americans believe that climate change is happening, that we should do something about it. It just historically has not been a huge priority for voters, and that's translated to not a lot of climate action at the federal level. And I think that what we've seen with things like the Green New Deal is that being able to present a vision in a way that really relates to people's lives is something that gets people more engaged and can help you move. I mean, I will say the climate debate in the US is leaps and bounds. I think largely, even if sometimes it's to say climate change is real, but the Green New Deal is wrong, I think that that sort of vision has helped catalyze a lot of action in the US.
Yeah, I think also like for like in architecture, like one of the sort of major movements that has been part of the problem, like was like modernism, and modernism had this. Modernism came in architecture with something called the international style, because like somehow no concept was credible unless it was like universally applicable, which meant that buildings started looking the same everywhere, even if they were like in radically different climates. You know, you can say like there's like building sort of American glass towers in the middle of the Emirati desert is just, this is like a really bad idea. And I think we've come up with something we call the sort of pragmatic utopia. So utopia is this kind of perfect place or city or world that it could never be, that it needs no place. But pragmatic utopia is somehow making sure that every time you do one project or one building or one city, you make that little part of the world a little bit more like utopia. So, and then I think, because I think one of the things that really hinder the built environment, which I think depending on how you count is between a quarter and half of CO2 emissions, depending if you count the activities that happen in them, but it's still like a pretty significant number, is that architecture moves so slowly because it's so expensive and takes so much time that things that are not tested, people are not very sort of anxious to do. So every time you can actually implement a little piece of a more ideal solution, it actually opens a whole floodgate where other people can point at this or that building and repeat it anyway.
It reminds me of the Oscar Wilde quote about, you know, a map without utopias isn't worth looking at. Yeah, but I guess one thing that going off of that I'm curious about is how do you sort of balance that with, you know, the fact that there are these skyscrapers in deserts, you know, and there is this built environment that already exists that is not resilient. So how do you, I mean, the dry line I think is a really interesting potential answer to that question, or a way of looking at these things. But as an architect, you have both the radical potential of new buildings, but also, you know, there are whole cities that could be underwater in the short term.
Yeah, for sure. Like I think another thing is like if you try to imagine the city of the future, I think for our part, you know, Berlin in 2050 is probably going to look pretty much like Berlin looks today. So of course there'll be like various upgrades, but I also like, I think one of the things that we're seeing is that, for instance, today you have 800 million poor people living in slums. In 2050, the United Nations believe that there will be more than 3 billion people living in informal settlements. And these are informal settlements that at least 2.2 billion of them don't exist today. And I think they represent a huge opportunity for being part of the climate solution, and also for business opportunities that could be related to climate, because they won't have central governments, they won't have local governments, they won't have central planning, so they won't have any of the traditional infrastructure that a normal city has, which means that, and for like one of the technological leaps that has enabled informal settlements is the widespread availability of corrugated sheet metal, because it's light and easy to work with, and you can make a relatively safe house instead of working with wood or cardboard or whatever. So governments started actually just dealing out sheet metal because it made the cities or the slums relatively more safe. So imagine if you can make power without a grid, or if you can make communication without carriers, or emergency services without roads, sanitation without sewers, in a decentralized, almost like product-like way. You could create these kind of off-grid, self-sustained, sustainable solutions that could improve the lives of billions, and in the process probably create solutions that could also be applied in existing cities.
So Erin and Tomer, going back to sort of both of you working with governments specifically, I'm curious about it seems that we often sort of know the type of policies that would get us closer to where we're going, but we keep falling short in the implementation. So I guess, Tomer, have you seen, how is Sweden using these tools? Has that changed the way people are working at?
Well, we are early days, but yes, already now we're seeing, I think we can say we're seeing sort of discussions happening faster. In a way, it's say if you come as a management consultant, if you come to a company and you'll say we have to learn to prioritize, and usually what you do is you put up everything they're doing, and then you say, oh, we have to take away most of it. So usually what you're doing is actually removing stuff. I actually envision if this really will succeed in Sweden, we'll get rid of some of the discussions of new parking policies which really don't make any difference. So it's a signal from noise. And it's upset some people just now because it's suddenly sort of showing things that are evident and they want to hide in numbers. I mean, I've literally sat in meetings where people are arguing about the confidence interval of the projections of how fast things are going to hell. And because that's what you get with your Excel spreadsheets. But this way we can, I think, if we really succeed, we'll get rid of lots of policies and have fewer which are really powerful and hitting the right spot and not like lots of stuff.
What do you think is sort of falling through the cracks here? What are the things that policymakers should be looking at more, or we should be thinking about more as we're making?
I think for me, one of the things and what we work on that I mentioned at the end was I think that we get a little bit stuck on the Excel sheets and on the kind of techno-economics and optimization and those sorts of things. And I think that there are lots of pieces of that we need to fix, but I think one of them in particular, both from the standpoint of the likelihood that that we'll be able to implement our policies, but also the quality of the policy, is to seriously take concerns about, from people who have lived experiences with these technologies and where they're going to be, where are these things going to be deployed, and how do we deploy them in ways that are not just about climate, or that are not just something where we go in and tell communities this is good for everybody, don't worry about it, that we kind of push their concerns aside. I think we have an opportunity to use these as a way to think about how to improve the lives of the communities near those. I think your particular example about a PowerPoint was really relevant, where, in the US, it's not a particularly desirable thing to live near a power plant, right? And we can rethink those if we prioritize those, the concerns of those communities, even if they're not directly relevant to, specific emissions and those sorts of things.
Are there any particular ways of like sort of bringing those voices into the policymaking process? Like what have you been experimenting with any ways of doing that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of models. I'll say I don't have a policy background or an engineering background. I have a degree in cultural anthropology, which is suddenly like a little bit relevant to my work. And I think there are models for engaging communities, and I think that there are some organizations, I'll say, I think it's different in the EU versus the US, where we have more, from what I'm learning, more of the kind of environmental justice organizations and those sorts of things. And I think that a lot of it is more about, I think there are models out there. I think a lot of it is kind of the humility that we need to go into these conversations with, and the ability to genuinely, you know, I mentioned it's, I think, important to get policy enacted and for it to be durable, that we take those concerns seriously. But if that's your only motivation, I'm not sure how genuinely you're going to engage with those communities. You need to come in, and I think you need to do it. You need, you know, you can experiment with different kinds of models, and that's what we're doing. But I think that you have to do it from a really genuine place where you seriously take their concerns, you know, you seriously engage with their concerns, and that you are very comfortable with changing your plans and your ideas and your policies to incorporate those things.
So at this point, we've still got some time for questions from the audience. So if anyone has, yes.
I just want to come in quickly and say we have very little time. What we do over the next 10 years is going to determine the future of humanity for the next 10,000. So we haven't really got the time that I pick up from some of the discussion. The second thing I wanted to do was just to throw in a bit of best practice from Britain. I come from Britain, so excuse me doing that. 2008, we passed an Act of Parliament creating a climate change committee, and the climate change committee sets the carbon budget every 4 years into the future. Beyond 2030 now we have this carbon budget in order to achieve our objective, which today is net zero emissions by 2050. Not good enough, but nevertheless, with the Climate Change Committee of Parliament, it means government has to make sure that it meets the carbon budget. And so far we have done that. We're not increasing our emissions as in Sweden, because the budget set is quite stringent in these first few years. We've reduced emissions by more than 50% already. So I think it's just a very good exercise. Whatever government is in power is subject to the Climate Change Committee of Parliament, right? So it operates rather well. Sorry, I'm just throwing that in.
I would say, I think that, again, to your first question, to this question of like urgency versus vision or urgency versus process, I don't see them, again, I think in the US, like we actually have our first ever Select Committee on Climate, and it came out of the kind of grassroots activism and the work that members did around the Green New Deal. Like we didn't have that previously. Now it has limited powers, and you know we have some challenges in the United States. Trust me, I'm very. Most of my time is spent trying to ignore that existential reality to get a little bit of work done. But no, but I think that again, what we've seen is that the progress we've made and where we've been able to get some progress done, especially under this current administration, has been because of that vision and the way that we frame climate change and the way that we connect it to people's lives. And that has gone, I mean, we had our first ever primary debates around climate. Like that was a grassroots driven thing. That wasn't me or university researchers coming in and saying, guys, I don't know if you've heard, but it's a pretty big deal. It's super, you know, it's super urgent. That's really important. But I think we've known that part. It's how do you connect it to people's lives so that it actually becomes a political priority, at least in the US. I know everywhere else is leaps and bounds ahead.
How well does this sector multiply scale with capital? You know, in other words, if you had all the capital in the world to fix this tomorrow, could you fix it within a reasonable time? Or could it ruin it? There's plenty of other areas of technology where you throw too much money in and it destroys it. So, and do we need to scale over time, or do you need certain tranches in 10 years? Forgive me for speaking too capitalistic. That's, you know, I just know the software field of venture capital, so I want to hear how that works.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like one thing that I can see is that let's say like 99% of the built environment is made through private development, which is where someone is, developing a piece of land, building a building, where they're gonna, sell it off as condos or sell it off to a pension fund, or like, and so they won't really harvest any of the long-term benefits, even if those benefits are only like the return on a photovoltaic installation on a roof is roughly 5 years, depending on the market you're in, but typically 5 years in Europe. So it's a quite quick return of investment, but if you're not the one who's going to harvest those benefits, if it doesn't somehow end up on the sales price of the condos or the rent of the offices, then you're not going to make that tiny little investment. So I think, like a bit like what SolarCity has done, where they somehow say like we're going to own the photovoltaics on your roof. I think there's a great way to scale up where you can say all of the development that's going to happen anyway, we make some kind of distributed energy company that just goes in and adds a little extra investment in each of these projects, and then sells the energy back to the residents or something. I think there's quite a few things where all of the solutions are ready and available. They're just not being implemented because of the market model of how the built environment is built.
I'll add, there's a book that came out not so long ago. I'm sure many people have read it, called Drawdown, and it has like Drawdown, and it has like a whole host of potential solutions out there. If you add them all up, it actually can be done. So I think the problem is actually what David was saying is like we are somehow trying. I also hear that actually particularly the policy thing, and so it's not I think good that you're doing that, but it's just we're trying to get everyone convinced that actually we need to do something. We're trying to get these 8 billion people to behave differently, and it's going to take 50 years, and by then we're actually all going to be dead. And so what we really need to do, sorry, there's the engineer in me, is say, okay, what is the goal? How do we get there? And I think there's actually a role for governments to play and say, you know what, we're not going to build the next fucking highway, sorry, excuse my French there, but we're not going to build the next highway, but we're going to build, whatever, a nuclear fusion plant, I would argue, or what have you, right? I mean, and I don't think we're doing that enough. And I think we need to go top down and say, okay, if we need to refreeze the poles, okay, so who's going to pay how much, right? Okay, America, you're the richest country on the planet. Here, 50 billion, right?
Yeah,
but how do you...
UK, 10 billion in. And instead of saving in Greece, so we can all, eat
fuck Greece.
Refreeze the poles, right? So, sorry.
But how do you convince the policymakers to do that? I mean, you're saying, yeah, U.S. go pay a bunch of money. Okay, sure. Like, listen, I'm a lefty. Like, let's spend that government money. I'm happy to do that.
Can I just throw in? I think that if history has taught us anything, it is that market-based solutions in a market-based economy are the only thing that scales. That's full stop. Market-based solutions, in order for the trillions of capital that is needed to flow for a transition, and a just transition, not just a transition at any price, a just transition, the only way that capital flows is if it pays. So the policymakers, I think, I think what has to happen is the economics. We've got solar and wind. The cost per kilowatt hour going down. This is very good, and policymakers need to buttress the economics such that decarbonization pays at scale. That's kind of your
one thing I want to say is I'm actually saying even more. I'm relaxing that constraint of the profit. For now, I'm just saying, if you throw money at it, will it fix it? That's really what I want to know first.
I think that we should continue this in the break.
I
think that coffee will accelerate it. So.
So we are amidst a climate crisis. All of you are aware of that. That's why we're here today. We've been emitting far too much CO2 into the air for far too long. And this CO2 is part of the problem that is now threatening the planet that we very much depend on. I am really excited to be here today. Thank you for the invitation. Looking forward to hear about the climate action that has been taken, that will be taken. But can we go even a step further? Can we do more than compensate our emissions, more than reduce them, more than offset them? Can we physically remove CO2 from the air? The answer is yes. That's what I'm here to talk to you about today. Thank you very much for your attention in advance. I am Louisa. I'm here from the Swiss company Climeworks. We build machines. We call it direct air capture. To start with, back to the basics real quick. Why do we need to remove CO2 from the air in the first place? So humanity has been emitting billions of tons of CO2 into the air every year. The science is clear. To avoid catastrophic consequences, we need to, on the one hand, reduce our emissions. We need to get net zero. On the other hand, we need to remove CO2 from air to keep these global temperatures beneath 1.5 degrees. It's what the nations in the Paris Climate Deal agreed upon. To achieve this climate target of 1.5, there are a few things which are necessary. On the one hand, we need to reduce our emissions. So we need to consume smarter, we need to repair and reuse, we need to switch our power generation to renewable, and we need to electrify everything. Everything we cannot reduce, we need to reconfigure as circular economies. So we must begin recycling our raw materials, recycling our energy, and most importantly, recycling our CO2 emissions. Finally, after reducing and recycling everything we can, there will still be a certain amount of CO2 in the air that we deem not good for our climate. So additional to the drastic reduction, additional to the recycling, we will also need to physically remove CO2 from the air on a very, very large scale. Climate scientists calculate we'll need to be removing between 5 and 10 billion tons of CO2 from the air per year. This is where direct air capture comes in. So, as I say, we build direct air capture machines. We have a modular technology. One of the modules we call a CO2 collector. We can stack these collectors, building plants as large or as small as we like. We run our collectors off clean energy, renewable or energy from waste, and they are currently at a net efficiency of 90%. Our goal is to increase this to 96%. This is what one of our modular CO2 collectors looks like. This, very briefly, is how it works. So we have a two-phase process. In a first phase, we draw ambient air into the collector. Inside each collector, we have a filter material, which is highly selective, capturing only CO2 on its surface. In a second phase, once the filter material is fully saturated with CO2, we close the collector, we heat it to around 100 degrees Celsius, relatively low temperatures, and the CO2 thereby releases from the filter. This is an overview of where we have built our direct air capture plants to date. So we have 14 direct air capture plants in operation across Europe, operating in a variety of climatic conditions. So we have our technology, we build these machines, they capture the CO2 from air. What do we do with that CO2? We do one of two things. First is we recycle that CO2. So there are a multitude of industries worldwide that use CO2 as a raw material. So we supply that CO2 to drinks companies for drinks carbonation. CO2 from air can be used in greenhouses as airborne fertilizers. We can make fuels using CO2 from air. But this third market is really the most climate relevant of all, because this is not just the removal of CO2, it's the removal and the storage, the permanent storage of that CO2 underground. And this market is what I'm going to focus on now. So we have the CO2 from air now. We want to store it. Where best to store it? We put it back underground, back where it came from. we want to store it in a very permanent and very safe way. So we turn it into stone. This, you'll see, is Iceland. This large picture on the left is Hellisheidi geothermal power plant. They are producing electricity and heat. We've built one of our direct air capture plants on their premises, using their renewable energy to run our machines. In the top right-hand corner, you see an injection pod. So this is the place where we mix our CO2 from air with water from the geothermal power plant. It's pumped deep underground into basalt rock formations. There is a chemical reaction that takes place between this essentially hot, fizzy water and the basalt, and the CO2 is thereby mineralized, so turned into stone. The third image down in the corner is a drill core, the black part being basalt and the white part being CO2 turned into stone. At this point, some of you may be thinking, that's great, you have machines that can capture the CO2 from air. That's exactly what trees do. You're absolutely correct. A CO2 collector you can think of as a small artificial forest. So one of our CO2 collectors captures as much CO2 from air as around 2,000 trees. But very importantly, we see direct air capture as part of a portfolio of solutions. And we sadly no longer have the luxury of choosing between different solutions. It's not either trees or direct air capture. It is very much we need direct air capture and we need trees. We should be protecting our forests, planting new forests, so we need both. Back to turning the CO2 into stone. So then again, the question, we've cooked that CO2 from air, we've turned it into stone, then what? Luckily, there is a growing segment of the population who care very strongly and passionately about our climate. We call these people pioneers, and they are pushing at the very edges of innovation and adoption, actively seeking a more sustainable way of living. And so for these pioneers, we came up with a very straightforward product. We offer these pioneers the chance to turn their emissions into stone. This offering is more than compensation. It is very efficient. Direct air capture requires very, very little surface area and no water to run. Very measurable, so we know exactly how much CO2 our collectors are taking from the air, exactly how much is being pumped underground and turned into stone. And it's also a natural process. So through our recently launched web shop, pioneers can subscribe for Climeworks to, in their name, capture CO2 from air and turn that CO2 into stone, thereby helping us along our roadmap of further developing direct air capture technology, scaling it up, making it more affordable and more efficient in the process. Brings me to my last slide. So Climeworks' goal is to capture 1% of global CO2 emissions by 2025. Very, very ambitious. Our call out today is join us in making this happen. Join us in scaling up direct air capture. Let's work together to remove as much CO2 from the air as we can to make those all-important climate targets. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Henrietta. I'm from Carbo Culture. I'm the founder and CEO. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about biochar, about a stable, solid form of carbon. So imagine if somebody could take 1.5 pounds of CO2 and put it into a stable form that wouldn't escape for 200 years, and you could hold it in your hand today. Well, here we are. This is our biochar. It's made from walnut shells, and thank you. And we're going to talk about this today. So what we're doing is a little bit different, a different approach to sequestering carbon. We all know why it's important. We want to hack the carbon cycle. And what does that mean? It means that we have this gargantuous carbon cycle that happens every year, and we should take profit from that. So a natural carbon cycle actually draws down hundreds of gigatons of carbon annually for us into the form of biomass, into the form of trees and food and other sorts of biomasses and land everywhere. But naturally also it's all emitted back. And this cycle would of course be in balance if we wouldn't be putting so much carbon into this cycle. So we need to take some out. But if you go and stand in front of a forest or an ocean or out there and have some wind in your face, you'll probably start noticing how nature actually is so powerful. And we need to use that powerfulness in order to actually fix this gigantic problem, this trillion-ton debt that we have in the atmosphere. So what we actually do is we intercept this natural carbon cycle. And before this biomass, so think of trees, like these are walnut shells, for example, from food production. Before it goes to rot or decompose or be burned, we actually take that and transform it into a stable, solid form, like the one that you're holding in your hands. So in this way, it doesn't get back into the carbon cycle for another couple of hundred years. And we can do cool stuff with it, yay. So basically, each ton of biochar that we make has about 3.12 tons of CO2 in a really stable, solid form, and you can measure it in the lab, and it's all here today, not the future. So what we do is try to make this carbon cycle a little bit faster. I want to talk about a couple of biochar things in general, just a few of the markets. So basically, where is it used today? One is advanced materials. There's Alison here, who you can ask about using it for advanced new building materials that are 100% recyclable. They're using biochar in building these. Or anything that you wear that is black today has been done, colored with carbon, not with biochar yet, but let's see what happens in there. All the water that you're drinking is basically filtered through somewhere. City environments has actually been a pretty big new market for biochar. So actually cities, especially in the Nordics, some in California as well, have started pushing for using biochar in city environments. And then we have soil longevity, which we'll get to soon. So carbon is a really good material to put into basically any kinds of materials that you're using. So in building materials like concretes or stuff like this, it actually makes it stronger, lighter weight, and of course carbon negative. You might actually be able to take some of the harmful toxins out of there because you're using carbon, etc. And these activated carbon markets are actually already $3+ billion today, and biochar can replace some of these applications. Sorry, I'm going to get my water from here. So biochar can actually already go into these existing carbon markets that are there today. Another market which has been big in North Europe, especially, is city infrastructure. So cities actually use biochar in their all of their green infrastructure, in filtering water and toxins out of the. So in cities, you have all sorts of heavy metals or stuff coming off cars, like anti-corrosion stuff, and you don't want that in your waterways. So you actually have to filter it before it enters the oceans or the rivers or stuff like this. So biochar is actually really good in that. And also, because of the porosity of biochar, so that bottle has more surface area than probably this building. Because 1 gram of biochar, our biochar has about 350 to 400 square meters of surface area. So that means that it's really good for bacteria to populate it and basically simulate a natural environment where the environment is unnatural. And that's why it actually works really well in cities. Like Stockholm was mentioned here already. They basically pioneered using biochar under all their city trees and in new plantations and stuff like that. And they're so happy with the results that they're using it everywhere now. And we're working on an open source manual with them, how to biochar. And perhaps the most exciting and the longest term, in my opinion, is soil longevity. So the UN has actually estimated that we have less than 60 harvests left until we've depleted all of our soils. That's pretty bad. Most of us, 95% of the population, are entirely dependent on soil for food and for a bunch of other things. And we're losing soil, topsoil, this thing full of bacteria and microbes and everything. We're losing about $100 billion worth of it every year. Because due to bad practice, erosion, et cetera, lots of different things. But this biochar can actually help anchor the soil life into the soil. So this is really cool. We take the carbon kind of like out of the atmosphere and put it back into the soil, where it can actually start helping the soil. And this is one of the things that I'll come back to. Why we're so excited about this is that this can create a really positive natural cycle. So basically, a healthy soil will sequester double the carbon to unhealthy soil. Or when you have healthy soil, you'll have a lot less emissions from, let's say, nutrients that you're putting into the soil. So here's a couple of challenges that biochar has had. First of all, there's been all sorts of stuff sold as biochar. As you can imagine, if you put something black into a bottle and send it to someone, they might not know what it is. And power plants have been selling stuff as biochar that might not be so good for all the use cases, et cetera. Another thing is that the technologies haven't really been there. So biochar has traditionally been a kind of side product of biomass power. So really these scalable technologies like ours that we're working on just for biochar have been needed. Transportation costs of biomass, obviously a no-brainer. Like if you're transporting loads of biomass that has water, et cetera, to and from a plant, it doesn't really make sense. Long sales cycles, as you can imagine, testing these things takes a while. It's not just something that you can do in a week, and it's a new market. The cool stuff, the foreseeable breakthroughs, is that there's a lot of new standards, a lot of new actors who are taking a kind of stance on what is a good biochar and what's not to help new farmers, et cetera, understand what they should be looking at. There has been a couple of voluntary markets that have emerged this year, actually, that have set a price per ton. So that's actually helping the biochar market nicely because it's sequestered, it's here, it's today. You can look at it, you can weigh it, you can get a lab result on how much carbon is in there fixed. It's a huge unmet market. So at the moment, all the biochar produced in North Europe is not enough. So it's actually nicely growing, even on its own, without intercepting the kind of older, dirtier market of activated carbons. And there's lots of cool new business models and new tech emerging. Maybe to kind of like close off this before we get into a discussion, and we hope for a lot of questions, is a little bit about us. So what do we actually do? So we have this novel patented technology that we can put pretty much anywhere. It's the size of a few shipping containers, and we only need 4% input energy. We can use multiple types of waste, so we don't cut down forest and make biochar from that. We use all sorts of food production waste, forestry waste, etc., whatever is available, and we don't need a certain location, etc. Why our process is also good is that we don't actually make pyrolysis oils or stuff like this that have been a bit messy in the past, but instead we try to keep the maximum amount of carbon in the solid form, which is really good. this is a bold statement, but we're on a mission to actually take out a gigaton of carbon annually. And how I think we will get to this comes back to getting to those amplified natural carbon, natural, kind of like creating positive natural cycles. So we have so many ecological and ecosystem kind of cycles that are negative at the moment and that we've kind of disrupted or destroyed. So we're trying to recreate these kinds of positive cycles that can actually start also helping us in the carbon sequestration. So with biochar, for example, if you're using, you shouldn't be using maybe, but if you're using chemical fertilizers, the biochar can actually limit the NOx emissions, which are 300 times more potent than CO2, up to 90%. So it's actually really interesting stuff. If you're in, I see a lot of Bay Area people here. If you're around, come and hear the very long version of this that I just said on the 28th of October with me and my co-founder. And let's talk afterwards. Thank you.
So I've got a couple questions, and then I'll leave plenty of time for audience questions. The first one, I wanted to hear a little bit more about where you guys are today. How many tons have you captured? And kind of where and in what markets do you see your technologies deployed?
Yeah, we're at seed stage. We've taken in some pre-seed funding, so we're quite early on. Our tech has been developed in a research setting for a decade, but we've been kind of at it for about 1.5 years now. And we've done about 50 tons of CO2 so far. Hopefully next year when we size up, we can do a lot more. Yeah.
So Climeworks will this year be 10 years old, founded in 2009. To date, we've captured just over 2,000 tons of CO2. When we began 10 years ago, laboratory scale as an ETH spin-off, the Swiss Federal Institute for Technology, capturing just milligrams of CO2 a day, and we're now building commercial industrial scale direct air capture plants capturing thousands of tons.
Can we talk about costs? That's something we didn't get into as much in the presentations, but are you guys able to share information both about where costs are today and what you guys expect in the kind of near future?
Yeah, so biochar is a funny thing. It doesn't really have a market price, but in Europe, for certified biochar, you'd get about 1,500 euros per ton, and in the US, that's about $1,000 a ton or something. And then there's the added nice to have things like selling waste heat or getting some carbon capture money for that. And I'd say that with our next plant, we'll definitely be cheaper than that, which is already great. And then as we scale, we can go down there. So yeah.
On the Climeworks side, so we capture 1 ton of CO2 from the air, currently for a cost of around $600 US. 600, yeah. Per ton. Our long-term cost target is to bring that down to 100 or just below per ton.
So we're at about the same now. So about $500 to $600 per ton of CO2.
And sorry, that includes purchase and operation, maintenance, everything.
The entire including storage also. Yeah.
And could I just ask, an energy consumption per ton in production?
We take in about 4% input energy of the total. So we use the energy in the waste itself to power part of our process. So we need very little input energy.
Can you express that per ton of carbon capture?
Well, our entire process needs about 4% of the entire energy that's in the waste to run. So per ton, that would probably be something like, I don't know, 2% or something like that of the energy that's in the biochar itself. Or how would you, yeah.
I'm going to jump in with one last question, and then we'll open up to audience questions. say you guys both had really ambitious scaling visions in the pretty near future. Say that all happens, your wildest dreams about what these technologies and practices become true. What are the things that need to happen to make that a reality?
So the vision, yes, we have this 1% of global emissions by 2025 is really, really ambitious. What we are ultimately aiming for is to be able to remove, we call it climate relevant amounts of CO2 from air, so really large scale, removing billions of tons per year. And for that to happen, we need a network of strong partners. We need the policy on the one side, but also pioneering both private individuals on the investment side, but also companies who are forward-thinking and who are, if they require CO2 as a raw material in their products, that they're looking to use a more sustainable source of CO2, namely from air.
Besides like capital and talent and the usual, I think for biochar really to kind of get to its full glory, like it's all about this soil remediation. And we have so many places in the world right now where we're declining our soil so fast that we're going to run into conflicts, into like food scarcity, etc. So there's a couple of things that like inflicts if your soil goes down that are pretty drastic. So 5 or 10 years ago, if you go to ResearchGate or anywhere where you have published papers, you'll see that maybe 10 years ago there was maybe 10 papers published a year on biochar or something like this, like a couple of professors still holding the flag. And now it's like hundreds a month or something like this. We need that to 10x at least, if not more, because we still need, when you're dealing with environment, you have so many like variables, and we really need a lot of data on these and long-term studies, etc. So you see studies where somebody tried something for a couple of months and it didn't work. Well, that's not a very good study. We actually need like 5-year studies or something like this. We need more data about soil everywhere. Like, how do we not like have this thing figured out yet? It's like what we're so dependent on. So all these things kind of need to happen, and I'm starting to be optimistic that we're going into that direction, but I think a lot of stuff needs to still happen on that front. And I keep seeing cool new companies in these areas as well, so that's very cool.
Great. Questions from the audience? Yeah, in the back.
I have a question to you, Louise. If you had the finances for it, how fast could you scale?
Sorry, I didn't catch the first part.
If you had the money,
Yep.
how fast could you scale?
Fast.
Because you say your target is to hit 1% in 4 years, 5, 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's ambitious, but it's not going to make a difference.
It's ambitious. That it's not going to make a difference is a little bit harsh of a statement. So we feel we need to start somewhere, right? We need to remove the CO2.
But how fast could you scale if finances was not an issue?
Faster than we can now. I mean, now the pictures I showed you of our collectors, they're currently being handmade in Switzerland by our production team. And there, as soon as we go into mass production, we will be able to then build much, much larger and many more direct air capture plants worldwide.
At scale, what do you think you could get down sequestered price per ton? So if you scale up with lots of capital, that's $600 a ton. What do you think you could get it down to?
That should come down to 100. That's the long-term cost target, to bring per ton of CO2 captured from air and sequestered.
So if you had the finances and there was a business model where you could be paid more than €100 a ton, you could run a lot faster.
Yeah.
And carbon prices today globally are around 20 on a weighted basis. So we need to get carbon prices up a bit higher.
But before you get to that on the Mac curve, you're going to go through concentrated CO2 capture, right? Which is going to be scaling faster and cheaper faster. So this is way up the Mac curve.
Yeah.
You'll get there eventually, maybe, but it's not an immediate scaling thing now. Because there's so many sources of pure CO2 coming out of chimneys, they're way easier to capture than taking it from the air. The resource intensity, the energy intensity, like it just doesn't feel like it's a today solution. Great that you're working on it in case we need it. but
Yeah.
I wouldn't put my capital into that today.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, CCS, yes, it also has its benefits, and as I said, with trees, we no longer have the luxury. It's not an either or. So we need DAC, we need trees, we need biochar, we need CCS. It's all of these solutions working together. CCS, we're not capturing existing emissions. We're capturing newly created emissions.
It's like, you have a cigarette and you try and capture the smoke. You don't smoke.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's the reduction. That's of those 3 climate action pillars, there's the drastic reduction is needed. That falls into that category. Yeah. And where we are active is really in the removal of CO2 that already is in the air and cannot stay there.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I think she had a question. Sorry. Go ahead.
Very good question. So there, in this particular case, in Iceland, we're working very closely with the Carbfix team, so Reykjavik Energy. They have been sequestering and capturing their own CO2 emissions via CCS, storing it underground, measuring it now for the last decade, and the risks are there minimal. The potential is huge for storage, and we've just scratched the surface, beginning now. And the only scenario in which that sequestered CO2 could be re-released into the atmosphere is if a new volcano was born through the storage site, and only in those places where the magma came in contact with mineralized CO2 does it pose an issue.
Sure.
Sorry. So Max Bowman, Skytree. I also work in character capture. So just quick comment for the audience. I think on what you were saying, which holds a lot of truth. But just to, even though like CO2 in the atmosphere is about 100 times less than from flue gas, for example, the amount of energy required to capture it from a power plant is not 100 times more. Actually, Gibbs free energy law dictates it's about twice as much. So it's not totally scalable. So we only need about 2 to 3 times more energy to capture CO2 from the air versus from point sources. And CCS, unfortunately, is very unique to power plants, whereas DAC can be scaled and mass produced. The same unit can be built over and over again, which can bring costs down quite quickly and can be a distributed solution. But
yeah,
so on that point, I was Louise.
Okay. I was just making sure there's a question in there.
The aggregate market is billions and millions of tons of aggregate for the construction industry every year. And perhaps Bjarke Ingels has something to say on this, but considering that for every 2 tons of aggregate you can store about a ton of carbon, would you see the aggregate market as a potential market for Climeworks in the future?
It is a potential market, yes. It's not one that we currently are focusing on. We cannot spread ourselves too thinly, so we already are active in the 3 markets I mentioned: food, beverage, agriculture, renewable fuels, materials, and then the carbon dioxide.
Yes.
Hi. I have a question to Henrietta. I'm coming from the forestry sector, and I know that there's about 30% increase of forest cover possible on degraded lands at the moment. And one big cause of deforestation is still slash and burn worldwide.
Yeah.
So which releases tremendous amounts of carbon dioxide. Currently in Indonesia, where people can't breathe.
Yeah.
How flexible is your technology, for example, to bring it decentralized to the farmers as small units?
Yeah.
So that they, for example, can burn their residues, what they normally just burn freely, and put it in such a machine, and then bring the carbon back to their fields to increase their soil fertility. Because I think this is a huge market on millions of hectares with millions of smallholders and farms around the world. And if we can close potentially the carbon cycle a little bit in these areas with decentralized little plants. So maybe you can...
Yeah, I mean, our plan is, it's a little bit bigger than putting it on every field. And that wouldn't necessarily be very economical for the farmers. So, but it depends on what biomass you have, what kind of waste, what should you do with it, and definitely it should be all like nutrient cycled back in there. So there's a couple of things related to the slash and burn. So like the Amazon, for example, it's because the soil is so poor, they need to go and find new farming land all the time, and that's why they're burning some of the forest. And the government's obviously not stopping that because people need to farm and whatever. So there, like, you could actually start treating the soil and get to better practices, etc. And that's definitely something that needs to be done. And the second thing is also, so in Indonesia, for example, they are a huge producer of charcoal and activated carbon, and like that basically is shipped then to Norway to make silicon or whatever. Like everything, like every industrial process that you can imagine probably has carbon in some point. And probably the carbon is not sustainably made, and probably it's made very wastefully. And we could probably cut that waste down at least to 1/5 of what they're using today. So definitely there's so many. But yeah, the farming thing is like, we are getting more and more like semi-serious requests for purchasing these sorts of plants, and yeah, it's interesting.
It would be potentially possible to make mini carbon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Plants which then can be used by each farmer or a group of
farmers. Yeah, group. So that's basically our plan. So we build this like modular, replicatable, and rapidly deployable system that we can then get manufactured and basically have up and running in 3 months from when we get the hardware. So yeah.
There's a number of companies that do small-scale pyrolysis.
Yeah, like some kind of super basic stuff. Yeah.
Like very, very basic, cheap as well.
Yeah.
Where you can.
And that's really good for.
Not as sophisticated and scalable as what you're doing, but at the small-scale farm level, there are little systems.
Yeah, there's more and more open source models, and that's awesome. Like that should happen everywhere. Yeah.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you both. It's not lunch, so everybody can inundate them with questions while they try and eat food, but thank you guys.
My name is Paul Gambill, and I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of Nori, and we're the carbon removal marketplace. So let me start by telling you what I believe, which is that we can absolutely solve this climate change problem. And with a lot of money. And we can do so by the end of this century. Now, I approach this from an engineering mindset, which is to say that if climate change is just a problem of too many greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, then the solution is just to pull them back out. And you just heard from a couple companies like that. So we like to say that we should be decarbonizing, we should emit less, but we should remove the rest. So what that looks like is today we're emitting a lot of CO2, and there are a lot of fantastic efforts underway to mitigate, and market forces are pushing us in that direction as well. But there's a certain baseload amount of emissions that we're never going to be able to get rid of. So we have to remove those from the atmosphere using a number of different methods of carbon removal. But that just gets us to net zero. There are still over 1 trillion tons of CO2 that we've already emitted up into the atmosphere. And if we want to restore the atmosphere, and I would say I actually want to go back to 300 parts per million, not just 350, then we have to remove more emissions. So what that looks like is not only do we have to reduce, we have to remove today's, but we need to go further and pay down our carbon debt. So then that begs the question, how do we get people removing massive amounts of carbon dioxide? Well, we pay them to do it. And if we're going to pay people to do that, we have to ask ourselves, where is that money going to come from? You say there's a lot of money, but where is it going to come from? Well, philanthropy can only get you so far. Governments can only get you so far. It's only markets that can move trillions of dollars, and that's what's needed to actually pull out well over 1 trillion tons of CO2. So that's what we do. We're a carbon removal marketplace. We're building a new commodities market for carbon removal that will be global, highly liquid, highly scalable, and incredibly simple to use from the consumer level all the way up to the corporate level. So let me make this more pragmatic and talk to you about what we're actually doing today, because we have to get started somewhere. So Henrietta talked about soil health in her last talk, and she's right. This is a huge risk to us. And so I want to show you this picture of soil. So on the left-hand side, this is really healthy soil. It's dark, it's got a lot of roots, it's high in microbial and fungal content, and it can grow really nutritious food. It can also retain water a lot better. On the right-hand side is really degraded soil. This is from land that has been eroded over time from intensive tillage and heavy use of commercial fertilizers. Now, the unfortunate truth is that most of our soils around the world are moving from this soil on the left to the soil on the right. And farmers and food companies know that they have to reverse that trend, or we're not going to be able to grow food in 50 years. Now, the good news is there are practices that farmers can adopt that will not only restore their soil health, but also pull carbon dioxide out of the air. It's an amazing 2-for-1 solution. We don't get many opportunities like this in our lifetimes. So we're focused on soil carbon being stored through agriculture. So let me walk you through how our market works. First, farmers adopt the practices that pull the carbon out of the air. This includes planting cover crops in the winter, reducing the amount of tillage that they do and directly injecting seeds, and using crop rotations so that they don't leave their fields fallow as much as they do. The farmers have to provide operating data to us, which we then use to quantify the amount of soil carbon that is going into the ground. That data has to be verified by an independent third party. Once it's verified, we issue certificates to the farmer, and then they sell those carbon removal certificates through our marketplace, and we charge the buyer a 10% transaction fee. Everything else that the buyer pays goes directly to the farmer. We're cutting out all of the other middlemen that currently exist in the carbon market space. This is a picture of Trey Hill. He's the first farmer that we've been working with. He owns and operates a farm in Maryland called Harborview Farms. He's been practicing cover cropping and reduced tillage for a number of years. He grows corn and soy. And we've been working with Trey, gathering his data, going through the verification process, and let me show you what this would look like for Trey in our platform. This is using dummy data, not his. But we have the ability to project out over 10 years how much carbon they're going to be putting in the ground by continuing the practices that they're doing. And then we give them the ability to calculate out how much could they potentially make on a financial return from adopting these new practices. And keep in mind, this is just what they can make from payments for carbon removal and storage. Adopting these regenerative practices also increases their crop yields over time, reduces their need to buy expensive fertilizer. So there are other savings that they're going to see from this. So we're actually going to be launching this later this month, and I haven't really said that anywhere publicly, so you're first to hear that. So we're going to be making about 10,000 tons that Trey has removed over the last couple of years, available for sale on Nori.com to anyone who wants to purchase those. But we're not just stopping with regenerative agriculture. We're agnostic to any different number of means of removing carbon dioxide. So we tend to think of these in 3 different buckets: ecological, industrial, and hybrid approaches. Some of these are more market ready today. Some of them will be coming later in the future. But what's really, really important is that they get a price signal and see that there is value in this, so that more and more research and development dollars go into developing these processes and technologies at a larger scale. Now you might be thinking, okay, who's going to pay for this? Well, there are different groups. One in particular is basically technology companies have been leading the way on this. Stripe and Shopify have both in the last few weeks really, made announcements that they are going to put $1 million a year into carbon removal projects, and they're willing to pay any price per ton in order to drive the demand. They're recognizing the importance of that price signal as well. These companies are being pushed by cultural changes that are happening. Consumers, shareholders, employees of companies are all demanding that these companies deal with their carbon footprints. And then I'm not even including on here are the food and agriculture companies, which are facing an existential threat, because if we can't grow food in 50 years, they don't have products to sell. So there is a lot of motivation. Also in the airline industry, they're going to be required to offset any new emissions above today's baseline starting in 2021. So this is going to grow, but I didn't get into this just to make a better offsets market for corporations. That doesn't move the needle on this. We need to remove over 1 trillion tons. That's not going to come just from the demand of corporations. So really what we're building is like an API for reversing climate change. imagine plugging the Nori market into any sort of application that you might use so that carbon removal is happening invisibly and automatically in the background of everyday life. So say you're taking an Uber or Lyft ride, and at the end of the ride, you watch a little ad from, I don't know, McDonald's. And in real time, McDonald's pays for removing the emissions from the ride that you just took. Or imagine ordering a product on Amazon, and in real time, Amazon pays for, they calculate the amount of emissions it would take to deliver to you, and then they pay for removing that. And Amazon recently made an announcement that by the year 2030, they want half of their shipments to be net carbon zero. How are they going to do that? Through the Nori API. So I want to leave you with my sort of philosophical thoughts on this, which is carbon is not evil or immoral. It's just in the wrong location. And as the UN and governments and corporations and individuals begin reacting more aggressively to the threat of climate change, the carbon removal industry is going to explode and become well over $1 trillion industry. And so what Nori is doing is we're building the financial infrastructure that makes all of these transactions, all of these monetization plans possible so that we actually can reverse climate change, restore carbon back to 300 parts per million by the end of this century. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Diego. I am the co-founder of Pachama, and I am very excited to introduce the most revolutionary carbon capturing technology. It's called a tree. It's a technology that's been developing for over 3 billion years. It's incredibly effective and fast at capturing carbon from the atmosphere. And what's super interesting is that we have in the planet about 1 billion hectares available for reforestation without competing with agriculture. This is like a very low-hanging fruit for carbon capturing. In that area, by the way, it's the size of Europe. About the size, we have a Europe to reforest. In that area, over 1 trillion trees can be planted. And not only we're not doing that, but we're actually deforesting 1 football field per minute in the Amazon rainforest and other rainforests around the world. You might have seen the news recently. This is actually growing and not going down. And if we stop deforestation today and start this reforestation movement, we can capture 200 gigatons of carbon from the atmosphere. This is 2/3 of the extra carbon that we put since the Industrial Revolution. So I agree with Paul, carbon markets can drive billions and perhaps trillions of dollars to finance this. But there is a problem. Today, certifying a forest for carbon credits is an incredibly inefficient process. They literally send people to measure trees and count how many are there. So as a result, it's very expensive and very slow to obtain certificates. And as a result, landowners are not doing it. They rather cut down the trees and put cattle farming. Second, I agree with Paul, selling and buying forest carbon credits is highly intermediated. Most of the transactions happen through brokers that call on the phone, put together a bunch of papers, and send to the companies. And companies have to trust that these papers represent that someone is actually planting a tree or protecting a forest. So what we're building in Pachama is a machine learning and remote sensing verification technology platform and an online marketplace to connect the people who are actually protecting and restoring the forest with the companies that want to access carbon credit certificates that are reliable. And the way we do it is we're using the latest technologies on remote sensing and machine learning. We use LiDAR, which is this 3-dimensional cloud of points that can be captured from airplanes or drones. And then we analyze those 3-dimensional shapes with deep learning, which is the latest on machine learning, that goes from points to identifying individual trees and being able to estimate the weight and the volume of a tree, and with that, the carbon storage of a tree. And then we apply this to satellite images. And in this case, you see these dots. These are the places where they send people to measure the trees. We can actually measure not only the project, which is this area, but the surroundings of the project, and see how the entire region is acting in terms of deforestation or forest conservation. Be able to determine the baselines of upon which the carbon credits should be issued. we built a model that has less than 1.5% error on biomass prediction compared to these field plot measurements. This is a first in the industry, to be able to have that level of precision. This is thanks to deep learning, which is a technology that didn't exist or wasn't ready until recently. And we're very excited about some new developments on remote sensing. NASA has sent to the International Space Station a LiDAR device that's going to be scanning the forest of the entire planet, and we're going to be the first to take that data and process it with our machine learning technologies. And the intention is to really build a global forest carbon monitoring platform in which we can know at any given time exactly how much carbon is there on any region of the planet, what happened in the past, and predict what can happen in the future. And then we're inserting all that into this marketplace platform in which we're going to projects that have already been working on this. We're validating their claims with our technology, and we are helping them gain the credibility that they lack in front of buyers. And in the future, we hope to help onboard the new forest projects and make it very easy for small farmers to start participating on reforestation and selling those to the companies that want to buy carbon credits. We're a team of machine learning engineers and forest scientists coming from technology companies, and we weren't coming from the forest world, but we're bringing the technologies into the forest world. And we're backed by some of the best investors in Silicon Valley. We were lucky to get a lot of support on this idea. And I want to end saying this. We put a man in the moon. We can restore the forest of the planet. We have taken down about half of the forest that were there before the Industrial Revolution, but we can come back. It's not that difficult to do. It's a technology that is proven. We just have to send money reliably to the people that can actually do it. That's it. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me, Hampus and BlueYard. My name is Mike Aslan. I'm the founder and CEO of a new startup called Carbon Cap. And briefly, I've been in the investment management industry for most of my career, 25 years, I'm ashamed to admit. And recently sold my business to a public company and spent the last 2 years, my wife kicked me out of the house, said you're not hanging out here. Spent the last 2 years deeply embedded in researching climate change and the policy solutions that can have an impact on reducing emissions. When you do that, two things were apparent. One, not very much is working. Emissions last year were another record increase in the US, in particular, a huge increase in emissions. So while there's a lot of talk about the growth of renewables, the bottom line is, as we've heard, emissions are increasing. The other thing is, by not having a day job, I have been able to spend 8 to 10 hours a day for a year and a half plumbing the depths of the research on what is happening in climate change. And I believe this puts me in a unique position to sort of provide an update to people who maybe have been in the industry for many years. If this will work here. I guess my observation is it's much, much worse than you think. In terms of policy solutions, cap and trade, in my analysis, has been really not a huge success, but the only really successful thing at having a meaningful reduction on emissions. I think, as I've said sort of from the audience, and as Paul just said, we need to move trillions of dollars of capital. That capital, to solve climate change, that capital only moves if there is an economic incentive behind it. We live in a market-based economy. We need to recognize that. We are a new startup backed by a Swiss private bank and a number of other reasonable profile investors, and we're launching a global carbon fund, a climate change impact related fund, hopefully at the end of this year. And the other thing is, I think I started off being very skeptical of negative emission technologies. I think I'm at a point now where we absolutely are going to need them. Now, I think most of you have seen this graph. We know what the baseline of emissions are. We know that the countries of the Paris Agreement submitted their NDCs, and perhaps you're not aware, but we're way, way behind. The first thing is that the 2-degree trajectory, if you picture this as a massive, massive supertanker, to go from this to this, and 1.5 is like this is extremely difficult. The level of inertia
makes this extremely difficult to fathom how this is going to, and that's what we're seeing. We've been showing these curves for 10 years, and we keep showing this next year. Next year we're going to top out, and it doesn't. We just keep emitting more and more. Where is the term going to come? When is the turn going to come? I don't want to be negative because I'm a very positive person. The reality is, when you understand climate feedbacks, it means a feedback is something that perpetuates itself. It carries on without human involvement to precipitate further changes in the climate and further warming. Let me take you through a few of those. We know about the albedo of the Earth. When light hits white ice, it reflects. When the ice melts, it hits the ground, it generates infrared, and it heats up. And then that warms, and we melt more ice. So we understand the basic mechanism. But the problem is there are a number of these. There are known, and there are unknown. But even the known, the permafrost, in particular as it relates to methane. So northern Canada, Siberia, we've got 1.8 trillion tons. Deep sea clathrates were mentioned earlier, and then particularly worrying for me is the East Siberian Arctic Shelf, where we could have a methane pulse. Methane has approximately 28 times the potency of CO2. If that is emitted, it causes more warming, which pushes the permafrost line. It's moving already 80 to 100 miles every decade north, releasing that methane and CO2, and you get this warming. On land, forest dieback means more warming. Warming causes forest fires. That releases CO2. In particular, the ash from the massive forest fires we've seen in Siberia, that ash lands on the ice. Guess what? It's black. That attracts infrared, melts the ice, and reduces albedo further. The oceans absorb less CO2. Phytoplankton is dying. That's one of the biggest carbon sinks. Warmer air, we know, holds more water vapor, and water vapor is a very strong greenhouse gas. So as we warm, we're accelerating the feedbacks. And finally, last year, record emissions. Well, one of the reasons why it was so hot that so many people added air conditioning in parts of the world where they never had it before. In Switzerland, parts of the world, air conditioning sucks the grid. We burn more coal and gas to power it. We are going from 7.7 billion people to 10 billion by 2050. Each one of those individuals will have a carbon footprint. How are we going down in emissions? Extreme weather events and weather catastrophes are at record levels and will increase. In fact, one of the sort of sad outcomes, I think, is the US is going to be the recipient of some of the biggest extreme weather events, and unfortunately that may be one of the things that finally turns the tide for us. So carbon is very damaging to society. We can calculate, if you're a capitalist, in trillions of dollars, carbon is very damaging. We need to price it and reflect the damages. We can therefore tax carbon, or we can cap and trade it. And I want to take you through what cap and trade works. If we look at when China comes on stream next year with its cap and trade, we will have 51 carbon pricing initiatives. We're putting a price on carbon. We're making industry eat the cost of carbon, and that'll cover 20% of global emissions. So we've got a long way to go, but it's a beginning. Cap and trade, in the EU, as many of you know, we have a cap and trade system that covers all the biggest emitters above a threshold, 1.7 billion tons of carbon. And the first thing I like about cap and trade, there's a cap. The cap every year comes down. It means emissions must be reduced each year. But the second part is very important, the trade. Because we have two emitters, when the cap was here, the cap was brought down to here. The cost for emitter B to stop emitting carbon is $60 a ton. So when the cap comes down and the price is 20, he buys more. This emitter actually has a cost of reducing its emissions of only $12 a ton. So they reduce and sell. This is very important to understand. Cap and trade, therefore, ticks the environmental objective, capping and reducing emissions, very important, but it does so at the lowest possible cost. This is the elegance, an economist would say, of this solution. And in the EU, cap and trade, emissions are down 25%, while GDP has gone up 15%. The RGGI and the California schemes have similar numbers of success. Korea relaunched last year, covering 500 million tons. ETS currently cover 8% of global emissions and 37% of GDP. China is the big news. They've been running 7 pilot ETSs. They're rolling those out into a national emission trading system covering 3.3 billion tons of emissions. Absolutely crucial. Mexico is launching, Ukraine is launching, it is spreading globally. I mean, just to mention, Mexico, Colombia, Ukraine, New Jersey, and Virginia are joining the existing 9 states of RGGI. Washington and Oregon State are moving legislation through to join the California cap and trade. So we will have up to 14 US states involved in cap and trade. Again, it's not great, but it's a good start. As the carbon price goes up, it means high carbon polluting activities are no longer economical. You shut that stuff down. And that is now we're seeing a high carbon price in Europe, and it is the surging carbon price is the demise of coal. That's what we want. We don't want coal. It's extremely bad on multiple fronts. We know we've warmed the planet by 1 degree. We have a threshold of 2 degrees. We also understand the transient climate response of emissions. It's quite linear. So for the additional 1 degree of Paris, the budget we have, we know what our emissions budget is. If you understand the marginal abatement cost curve, you can calculate what price of carbon do we need to stop emitting enough carbon to stay below that Paris threshold. It's a lot for you guys to take in. It took me 2 months to really understand carbon pricing. But it means we need about $120 a ton price of carbon by 2030 to send a market signal to carbon emitters to move to low carbon or zero carbon solutions. I think I can't stress enough that to move the scale, we have to have a market-based solution. To get someone to change behavior, it must be economically viable. We have calculated, we've written an academic paper now called the Carbon Risk Premium, hopefully will be published early next year. This paper calculates that if you were to purchase carbon today in the liquid and regulated carbon markets and hold it for 10 years, you have an expected rate of return over a decade of 7 to 14% a year. That's quite attractive. In our paper, we also point out that carbon as an asset class, as a liquid asset class, has a low correlation to other traditional asset classes, making it very attractive if you're an endowment, etc. So we're launching the world's first global environmental fund with a direct climate impact. The World Carbon Fund will invest across multiple carbon markets around the world. When that carbon is held in the fund, it means it's not available to the emitting, to the polluting entities. So that's the first part. The second part is 20% of the performance fees of this fund will be used to purchase and cancel permanently carbon. This is the closest we can think of physically pulling CO2 out of the atmosphere and having direct climate impact. But the softer impacts are, I speak a lot at investment conferences, and my industry, the investment industry that controls that capital, by and large, is asleep. And these people need to wake up and understand where we are at on this climate crisis and move that capital appropriately. And if you're interested, I'd love to talk to you about investing in our fund or being a part of what we're doing. That's our mission statement. We've got a Sam Fankhauser at the LSE Grantham on our advisory board, a number of very notable people. Finish just with a slide of Saint-Tropez in 2017. I mean, I think, unfortunately, we're going to see much, much more of this if we don't get moving quickly on carbon pricing. Thank you very much.
My name is Benjamin Görlach. I'm with the Ecological Institute, a Berlin-based think tank, and there I work on carbon pricing in my day job. Recently also trying to expand the idea to bring it to emerging economies around the world, to China and Latin American countries. So I appreciate very much the opportunity to discuss carbon pricing in this setting, and I think we've seen 3 excellent examples of how you can get markets to work as part of the solution for climate change, and how market-based elements and stimulus can really be helpful to scale up action and ambition. That said, also sort of having worked in the field for a few years, we've also seen how difficult it can be to get these kind of transformative prices out of the way. So the EU has had a trading system for 14 years now. You've shown the example. We've just hit prices of 26 euro that are capable of really making a dent to coal emissions. But the truth is also it took us a long time to get to these prices, and for a long time nothing much happened. And we've seen, David King reminded this morning, of the urgency of the problem, and you also mentioned how difficult it is to turn the tanker around. You need a transformative carbon price for that. That really drives investment into low carbon and discourages investment into fossil assets. And so I want to challenge you, Mike, and sort of give us your positive take on what's your scenario for getting to these kinds of transformative prices. You showed 120 euros in 2030. That's what it would take. But what's the political pathway to actually get to these kinds of prices?
So the simple answer to that question is that provided a mandatory carbon market is structured properly, and when I say that, I mean that the supply and demand are in balance. What we had in the EU, you're quite right, was an oversupply and a low price. Once the supply and demand are in balance, it means when you lower the emissions every year, you're lowering the number of permits. It means someone has to stop emitting. The question is who, and then you begin climbing the person with the lowest cost of emitting, they stop. Then the next highest cost, and this is called the marginal abatement cost curve. Once supply and demand are in balance, we climb the marginal abatement cost curve. So the answer is, if the market is structured properly so that supply and demand are in balance, we then reduce carbon at the lowest possible cost, and in the case of industrial processes like chemicals, steel, and cement, we're talking about abatement costs I know there's lots of new technologies, but of $100 to $250 a ton. And I think that we do need to have markets in balance, and then we need to climb that MAC curve, and people are going to have to pay that price, because that is, the damages to our society are far beyond that. They're in the thousands of dollars per ton.
Okay, and now Brian Worthing wants to come in.
Sorry, thank you. Having worked on carbon pricing policy for, oh God knows, at least 14 years, the problem is, of course, that we know nothing about the MAC curve, and the two gentlemen sitting to your side, they're going to flood your market with cheap credits. So, getting that balance of supply and demand determined, you need to know as much as you possibly can about the MAC curve before you start. Every carbon market I've seen starts out completely blindsided by some figure that comes in, floods a market, and it's not sufficient on its own. As a backstop policy, I can see how having a cap is a really nice thing to have. It helps build political will, and certain politicians like to hand on the responsibility of meeting those targets to the private sector. It's a great thing to do. But in terms of bankability and investability of policy, it may be the cheapest, but it's the most volatile. And actually what we found in Europe is there are lots of other policies that create carbon prices, shadow carbon prices, that are far in excess of $120 now, today. Yeah. And they're driving investments. The onshore and offshore wind that we've seen in Europe has not come from the carbon price. It's come from dedicated industrial policy masquerading as carbon policy, paying huge prices, and that's when the MAC curve starts to change, because you see those technologies coming down. So I'm all in favour of this as a political tool. Great to have it in. That makes you feel comfortable, but it's not a solution on its own.
I know you're going to answer, but I just wanted to say one thing that I didn't say, which is, as we've seen from the technologies to decarbonize, the commercial viability of all these entrepreneurs depends on one thing: being able to monetize based on the carbon being removed. A liquid carbon market allows an entrepreneur to come up with an idea to remove carbon and then sell it to someone who knows they can sell carbon on the liquid market and monetize that. Let's not underestimate innovation, entrepreneurship for solving this issue. And I think, listen, there's no heaven on earth, right? But we need a strong carbon price signal to stimulate.
To just sort of pick up this element, yes, indeed. So to bring Paul into the discussion, because indeed you come at this from the supply side, right? You unlocked a really terrific solution from the supply side.
There is a slight inversion of this. So most of the time when people are talking about carbon pricing, and what Mike has been talking about is the cost of emitting a new ton of carbon. And what I was talking about in my presentation is about the value of removing a ton of carbon. And so if all else being equal, if there is an emitter and if they have to pay $200 for every ton that they emit, but if it only costs them, say, $30 to remove a ton, that's what they should do. And that's how we will get this going at a larger scale, because when I look at cap and trade markets, and when you talk about like getting the supply and demand balance correct, that's a really tricky problem that involves a lot of sort of centralized information. So you have policymakers and regulators trying to design the market in a way so that it'll be functional, but that's not truly driven by efficient market forces. So we're looking at this from the other side of things, as saying you should focus on just removal, because then you can actually have well-distributed information among the market and actually produce an efficient price.
Mm-hmm. One thing I will add is that yes, balance between supply and demand matters, but what it matters more is more demand. More demand means, you know, that the price will go up and the supply will be able to catch up. And when we look at, I don't know if you're familiar with the Corsia market that is coming along, all the airlines that you were mentioning are going to be required. It's expected that they're going to be demanding 160 million tons per year. And there's not that supply today in the market, and what everybody that I've spoken with, like the main registries of carbon credits, they're worried about the wheels coming off on the supply side, right? So we need the ability to, especially, you know, when it comes to real projects that remove carbon from the atmosphere, right?
Do you know that China's bidding into the Corsia mechanism with its domestic offsets, which were the things that flooded the EU market?
Right.
There's no problem with supply.
But again, I think that the problem with supply is let's assure that the money goes to the right projects.
And to define what the right projects are, so there is a big difference when you're talking about like flooding the market with cheap offset credits. There is a huge difference between carbon avoidance, which is implementing a project that says we're going to emit less in the future than we are currently emitting now. There's a big difference between that and carbon removal, which is actually extracting and pulling out carbon that has been in the past. So that is far more valuable. So that is not the same thing as supplying the market and flooding it with cheap offset credits. That's not what carbon removal is.
Of course, at the end of the day, somebody will have to pay for it. I think that's kind of what it all comes down to. And the question, what kind of demand do you foresee for that? If it's not compliance buyers, because those markets are flooded, who could be buyers for that?
Start buying, because once you have nobody emitting, who buys? You know, you're dealing with time here. We've got about 100 years of offsets that you're trying to do with your carbon removal.
Right.
There isn't anyway, sorry.
Yes,
okay. So I really appreciate the lively discussion, but let's perhaps expand this a little bit and bring others into the discussion. I think there might be a few more views in the room, so please.
How well does capital infusion solve your problem? Something tells me this panel's going to have a slightly different...
It's the primary issue. It solves all the problems.
Yeah. Okay.
So it solves on the supply side. So I have that slide where I showed all of the different methods, and you've seen at least 3 companies here that have been talking about their own methods of carbon removal. There are many different market-ready processes and technologies that are just waiting for that capital infusion to scale up. And then the same thing on the demand side. There's a lot of money to be made in removing carbon, and there's a lot of money in reusing carbon. So one of the reasons that we're focusing on soil carbon is because it lowers costs for farmers and increases their crop yields. It solves many different problems. So there are many different ways that capital will just direct this problem in a direction that it'll be solved.
The issue is the time issue is so vital. We've got 10 years before we breach the 1.5 degree. I mean, 1.5 degree, in my view, unfortunately, is gone. We are going to over 500 ppm, definitely, with the inertia that's in the system. So we need something that scales massive. We're not talking a couple 100,000 tons. We're talking about we need a solution that is moving billions of tons. So if you say you want to take 1 trillion tons out at $10 a ton, that's $10 trillion. That kind of capital does not move without an economic incentive to move it. And therefore, I come back to this place that carbon pricing, having a visible carbon price signal, is essential to stimulate this whole ecosystem.
Let's have 2 more questions. One over here.
What kind of policy changes do you think need to be in place to incentivize companies and the industry to participate more, like to scale up? Do you think like this can be achieved through policy changes, for example?
And who would be driving that? Yeah. Shall we collect one more?
Yes. You talk a lot about the market of carbon because that's the name of the system. But I was wondering about secondary markets where you can also monetize it. Like, for example, understanding the benefits for keeping a forest
on tourism, or the benefits of keeping a forest for upstream water quality instead of paying 10 billion for water purification just above the city, keeping protected regions so that there's no need for that plant.
And indeed, for the farming example, the co-benefits by themselves would be large enough to make this a good investment. But let's hear your take on the question, also the policy question. What does it take to trigger that in the policy world?
So to that question, there are ecosystem service markets that are being built right now to cover the different possible benefits that come from that sort of thing. So like our market is focused just on the carbon, but there are others who are trying to monetize things like better water retention and that sort of thing. On the policy side, I'm sure Mike has more thoughts on this, but I would say, and this is coming more from one of my partners in my company, the most effective policy that any government could do would be to go to the sources of emitters, so like oil and gas, and say you need to reduce the amount of carbon content in your precursor material by X% every year. That's exactly how we got lead out of gasoline. It's how we dealt with the acid rain problem. There's a long history of using that mechanism to prevent increases, and we're not using it in carbon, and I frankly don't understand why.
Mike, do you want to come in there?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that we need to expand the cap and trade system to other industries so that we have greater coverage. California's got 85% coverage. We need more coverage so that more industries are captured and they are forced to pay the price of the damages of emitting carbon, or we give them an economic incentive. If they reduce their emissions, there's cash there for them. It provides a real market-based incentive to reduce emissions. And I really believe that's what we need to implement globally, and it's lovely to see it is beginning to spread globally now based on all the striving of the EU ETS, but at the end of the day, I believe the sulfur dioxide program in the US that was greatly successful. I remember, I'm Canadian, the acid rain problems, that was very successful, and now the EU ETS is promulgating carbon markets around the world, and I think it's wonderful, and we need to accelerate it as fast as we can.
We might actually have one example the day after tomorrow in this city, in this country, when Germany announced its next steps. How ambitious they'll be, we'll see. But some kind of cap and trade thing might be a part of the answer there. Yeah. But we have one more question and two more questions. Let's bring them. Oh, plenty of more questions, but not enough time. So let's have your question first, and then the lady at the back.
Yes, okay. I want to ask you if carbon is really the right metrics to measure the problem of climate change. Because, for example, if you're looking to a sick person who has fever, if we're just measuring how deep we can bring down the fever with a certain cure, so is this really the right metrics to measure the progress? So, because we leave out some things like forest cover, water, all the other fields. So I'm asking if we are really working in the right field to make a change.
Okay, I'm sure we'll get a view. Let's sort of connect the second question, and then you can come in there.
My question is, so try to imagine we have one day a world where sustainable products will be mainstream and outgrow the conventional products. And sustainable products have a lower carbon footprint. So what's about the asset management though? For example, what's beyond that?
That sounds like when the problem will be almost solved. But I can imagine that for a biologist, the idea of a forest as just a stock of carbon is actually an insult, seeing what's going on there. So are we sort of barking up the wrong tree here and just chasing the carbon and forgetting about the rest?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I personally think that we should protect the forest because it's a forest, right? Because it's our planet, because it's life, right? And but definitely carbon is a more sort of like central problem that is driving climate change. But it's not just climate change what we're doing. We're destroying the planet. We're driving the sixth mass extinction. We are destroying the soil that's going to give us the food, right? So the ecological crisis that we're facing, I think, is a lot more complex than carbon. And that's why we focus on the machine learning technologies that we're building can measure not only carbon, but can measure biodiversity, where are the places where wildlife lives, water flows, how hydrology can prepare ecosystems for forest restoration, and I think it has to be a wider approach, absolutely. And I think related to your question, that can also be priced eventually. at some point. And there might be marketplaces that can pay for that at some point.
Can I add to that? So we often talk about 1.5 and 2 degree targets, but I think the much more useful metric is related to carbon, which is the concentration. So that's at 410 parts per million. That's a leading indicator. Temperature is a lagging indicator. So I think that we do ourselves a disservice by talking so much about temperature and not enough about actually exactly how much carbon is in the air.
Good. Well, we haven't run out of questions and not out of thoughts and ideas, but we have run out of time. So I want to thank Diego and Paul and Mike, and let's have a break.
Hi, my name is Alex. I'm the co-founder of Ayar Labs, and it is an honor to be in a room with so many climate luminaries. I've really been enjoying today. Today I'm going to tell you about how we are re-architecting computers for massive energy reduction. First, a little bit of background on Ayar Labs. We're making computers faster and more energy efficient by using light to move data between chips. We were founded at MIT in 2015. That same year, we won the MIT Clean Energy Prize, which is a business plan competition. We got the grand prize for $275K. That same year, we moved to California. Since then, we have raised $27 million in venture capital funding, led by Founders Fund, Playground Global. We also have participation from some strategic investors like Global Foundries and Intel Capital. And just a few weeks ago, we announced that we are partnering with Intel to bring our optical communications into their chips.
Well done.
A little bit of my own background. So I became a passionate energy and environmentalism geek at age 12, thanks to an inspiring science teacher. That became more focused into clean energy passion at the start of university. Since then, I've worked in policy, venture capital. I ended up settling on technology entrepreneurship for the same reason that a lot of people here have discussed. I believe in the power of markets to create change and win-win situations between people and the environment. So I went to MIT for business school to get an MBA in 2013, really as a cover story to get to meet engineers and scientists across campus at MIT who were inventing technologies that could have an impact on preventing climate change. I don't have a background in engineering or science, so I figured I'm not going to invent the solution, but if I could help get a technology out into the world that will, that could be worthwhile. So that was my goal. And I ended up starting a semiconductor company, which I don't know if that's a surprise to you. It definitely was to me. I was looking for battery technologies or wind or solar, and I was really surprised to find out that where I could have the biggest impact was in starting a computer company. So the big lesson I learned from that experience was look for opportunities for impact in the unexpected. And as we're here today in this amazing room of people, I think we should all remember that. So how will changing computers have an impact on climate change? First, for some context, it's important to understand that computing is the fastest growing user of energy worldwide today. And by far the biggest segment within that is data centers. And a really scary fact is that in data centers, 80% of the time, processors are idling. And that's a problem because they use almost as much energy when they're idling as they do when they're working. It's a massive energy waste. It's also a massive opportunity to save energy. So to understand why they're idling 80% of the time, we have to really start to understand how these data centers are architected. So let's start with the basic building block, the server rack. Server racks are, just stacks of servers put on a shelf, pretty self-explanatory, strung together to connect a lot of them. And we end up with these warehouse-scale data centers, which make up the cloud today. And if you look inside one of these servers, you'll see that it has two main components. A typical server has two processors in it. I think over 90% of those processors are made by Intel in data centers today. And each processor is surrounded by memory cards very close to it. It's the basic building blocks. And it turns out that that architecture is pretty much the same architecture that's used in your home computer today. So the way we make data centers today is we take pretty much your home computer and stack a bunch of them together. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that, but not really. There's been no fundamental re-architecture of computing for the era of the cloud, and that's at the root of the problem. And the reason for that is you have to put memory very close to processors so that you can move huge amounts of data between the memory and the processor. That data communication is key. And right now we use copper wires to move all that data. Those copper wires are limited in how much data they can move. What that means is, regardless of what job you're running on your data center or on one server within the data center, you're using these same basic building blocks. So you could be using a tiny portion of this processor, but maxing out the memory that's available to you in this section of the server. Or you could be maxing out your processor capabilities and barely using any of the memory. Or what happens a lot of the time is you're barely using any of the memory and barely using any of the processor, but you're maxing out the copper interconnects between the two. And so that's why you have so much idling. That's really at the root of the problem. So what if instead of having this architecture that was really invented for smaller computers, we just fundamentally redesigned it and had vast pools of processors, vast pools of memory, and could dynamically allocate jobs across those resources, making full use of the computing power that we have. This is a concept that researchers have been writing about for almost a decade now. There's some really good work going into new types of networks that can enable this. But it hasn't become a reality. And the reason is that if you're connecting those pools of resources using copper wires, you can't do this because you can't move data fast enough between those pools of resources. If you replace those copper wires with optical fiber and optical communications, you solve that problem. Now you can move enough data quickly enough to be able to have this new type of architecture. And for the first time, you can really enable this new disaggregated type of architecture and dramatically improve the utilization of the processing resources that we have. In 2015, researchers at MIT, UC Berkeley, and CU Boulder demonstrated the first ever processor to communicate using light. That's the same year that I convinced those researchers that we should get this technology out into the world, and we co-founded Ayar Labs. Since then, we have further developed the technology so that it's now demonstrating orders of magnitude improvements compared to copper in terms of bandwidth, latency, and energy efficiency. And we've started our collaboration with partners such as Intel, which is the one we publicly announced, to integrate our technology alongside their chips. So what you see here is one chip package containing a processor chip. In this case, it's the Intel Stratix 10 FPGA. And it has our technology, so those are optical fibers coming out of that chip package. So what does that mean for climate change? Well, if we can cut the amount of time that processors are idling in data centers just from 80% to 40%, that means we're literally cutting the amount of energy used in computing in half. And that means we can change some really scary statistics and predictions like this one, which predicts that 1/5 of Earth's power will be used by data centers by 2025, to something much more reasonable. So to wrap up, I just want to reiterate that while we're here today, let's take the opportunity to really think outside the box and try to find areas for climate impact in the unexpected. We've heard some really cool ideas. Things I've been thinking about recently are things like regenerative farming, which we've heard a lot about. For me, something really outside the box is political organizing, because that is outside my wheelhouse. I think we'll be hearing about nuclear fusion, but just nuclear power in general. How do we get societies okay with nuclear? Let's talk about all of these ideas and more, and look for opportunities for impact in the unexpected. Thank you.
So you know how we just heard about something that, quite frankly, is really cool, really sexy? This is going to kind of be the opposite of that. I know this is hard for many of you to believe, but concrete is not that sexy. But there's a lot of it. In fact, it's the second most used material on the planet after water. And most of you could care less. I mean, the industry, it's so underappreciated that the industry itself lost its recipe for 900 years. How do you do that? I just didn't feel like doing it today, and then I lost it for 900 years. They did. It's a true fact. So how do you penetrate a market that's thousands of years old? They haven't really had a new product in about 200 years. Genuinely nothing in 200 years. And so they don't exactly embrace new technology very quickly. But the box that we put ourselves in was that the only way they were going to adopt it quickly is if we used the equipment they already had, the raw materials they already had, the operating parameters they already had, and did it in a way that made them more money with a better product. Sounds pretty easy, right? It's been a bit of a task, but our guys, we think, have figured it out. If I push this button, is it going to do anything? Are you sure? Let's find out. So the problem, you guys are all aware of how much CO2 goes in the air. The cement industry is the #2 industrial emitter in the world. They're trying really hard to figure it out. The problem is they got a lot of big assets that are really expensive, and they can't recapitalize because they don't make enough money. And they've got a chemistry that is so complicated that 200 years after its invention, they still really don't understand how it works. That's kind of a problem. There's plenty of CO2. There's not enough demand. Everybody loves capturing CO2. But then what do they do with it? Right? A lot of them, enhanced oil recovery, really, really interesting. You know what the second biggest market is? Coca-Cola. And that doesn't exactly get sequestered. It just comes right back up. Sometimes at the wrong place in an inappropriate manner, but it just comes back out. So what do? Where's the demand going to come from? This is something, there's a lot of smart people. Hampus told us this. So I'm not trying to insult anybody, but cement's the glue that holds concrete together. They're not the same thing. I'm not going to ask for a show of hands, but about half of you had no idea. Second most used material on the planet, and you didn't know that. Oh, there's a cement truck going by. No, it's not a cement truck. It's a concrete truck. It's only got about 10% cement in it. The cement sidewalk, not a cement sidewalk. It's a concrete sidewalk, okay? It's really important because our technology addresses both. Most concrete products that are green will either do emissions or they'll do the other end. We can't really say sequestration. That's a bad word in some markets. Consumption, utilization, we rip it apart. It turns into something else. It never comes back out again. Call that what you will. So for us, our cement is about emissions reduction. The concrete is about sucking in CO2 and turning it into something else. And we use a lot of it. That beam right there, we'd have to fill this room up about 6 times to cure that beam. That's a lot of CO2. So right now, there's actually not enough CO2 available for us to do our jobs. So let's talk math. You like math, right? Let's talk math. We lower CO2 emissions by about 40%. We just use the same kiln, same raw materials. We change the recipe. Happens at a much lower temperature. We reduce their output by 40%. Says 30 because that's what the scientists said. Practice is 40 because there were some kiln losses we hadn't thought of. Why does anybody care? Costs about $35 a ton to make a ton of cement. Anybody check the price on carbon right now in Europe? Every ton of cement, I make a ton of CO2. I take €35, I slap €25 on top of that, that's a problem. These guys run out of credits in about 2 years. They're a little nervous right now. That's why that's important. Less energy. They suck up a lot of energy, 1,500 degrees Celsius. We drop that by 30% just because our chemistry happens at a lower number. Why does anybody care? Half of China's industrial energy use is used to make cement. A 30% reduction is a big deal to them, and about 30% of their overall cost is energy. It's a big deal. We also make more with the same amount. Because we're not shoving it up the stack, we actually make 12% more cement with the same amount of raw materials. So this is awesome, right? It's really cool. They make more money, lowers their footprint, lowers their energy, But now they've got this big hopper full of cement that won't react with water. It only reacts with CO2. So our focus right now is really getting into concrete. Well, what's the problem with concrete? Concrete doesn't have a sustainability problem in their mind. They could care less. These two industries don't like each other. When I got into this, I actually thought it was one industry. It's not. If there's a problem, the cement guys blame the concrete guys blame the cement guys, and if they can't agree, they blame the aggregate guy, okay? In the same company, they do not like each other. They do not work together. Cement guys don't understand concrete, so we actually had to come up with a better concrete. Good news is people have been trying to carbonate concrete for about 40 years because it makes a more durable product. Ours cures faster. They get more out. They can do just-in-time delivery. These are companies that make razor-thin margins, and we'll double or triple their margins. That's why they're so interested. It's a better product. It actually achieves what they've been trying to do. So here's our footprint. 70% reduction in CO2, 30% in energy. Oh, and by the way, we don't consume any water. If I go to the Middle East, if I go to China, if I go to India, we actually reverse these because the water is more important than anything else. The concrete industry consumes about 1 million Olympic swimming pools of water every year. We don't consume any. We use it, but we don't consume it. So it's a big deal. We actually know how to go carbon negative. We've got some applications that go carbon negative today. But right now, 70%, not a bad start. We've done these all over the world in about 13 different countries. We thought we'd have about a 30% acceptance rate. We haven't had anybody walk away because the concrete's better. It does what it says. The cement, honestly, LafargeHolcim is our partner right now. They've said, look, we can make this on any kiln in the world because the chemistry is so simple that we can model it, we can predict it, we can control it. We can turn the process on, we can turn it off. It's much easier to control. We've actually digitalized the concrete industry. We don't talk about that because I've been told if you want to raise money, don't say the word AI. It freaks people out. But that's what our youngins have come up with, is a system that I can run all the concrete plants in the world from my phone. It's kind of cool. 1% market share does all these wonderful things. Because nobody likes to talk about concrete, we put it in other terms that people are more comfortable with. Trees, electric vehicles, things that you guys find sexy.
You said this presentation was not going to be sexy.
But you know what else?
It is.
Here's the other fun part, right? You know what that 1% is worth to us, money guy? About $1 billion. It's a big market. That's what makes it sexy. This has big impact. That's what makes it sexy. I can't wait for $120. I'll be dead by the time $120 shows up. Right? I need to be good now. I need to be good now because these guys won't buy it otherwise. Thank you.
I'm going to talk to you about another topic that you could debate with the previous speaker, steel. Which is less sexy, steel or concrete? Yeah, I'm a metallurgist, so it is sexy to me. All right, steel. This was Hampus, and I came up with this. He's going to change civilization again. So let's do some background. I'm a professor, so I'm going to be canonical here. Last year, world production of steel, 1.8 billion tons. 1.8 billion tons. 10 years earlier, it was half of that, 850. And back in 1950, it was a tenth of that. 1.8 billion tons at $600 a ton, that's $1 trillion industry in steel. Now, when you make steel, you do it by the reduction of iron oxide with carbon. And so 1.8 billion tons of steel generated 3.3 gigatons of CO2, which represents 9% of total CO2. Not 9% of the CO2 from the manufacturing sector, 9% of total CO2 emissions from steel. So to put it in perspective, if world steel were a country, it would be the third largest polluter on the planet. Number one is China. Number two is USA. Number three, Republic of Steel. So that's something that we have to think about. So how do they make steel? So here's the heart of the thing is a blast furnace. And if I want to make a ton of pig iron, I'm going to end up starting with about 1 1/3 tons of iron ore and about 3/4 of a ton of carbon, and I got to throw in some limestone. And that all goes in here and makes the CO2. Now, obviously, the remedy here is to be carbon-free. And for me, I'm an electrochemist as well. So metallurgist, electrochemist, decarbonization means electrification. And in the case of metal production, that means electrolytic steel making. Action of electric current to reduce dirt to metal. So this is the idea, and this is the only real sort of semi-technical slide. It's just a picture. So this is the cell, and you have 2 electrodes, and they're horizontally disposed. So at the top you have 1 electrode, the bottom the other electrode, and in between, instead of an aqueous solution like a lead-acid battery, this is oxide that has been melted. So we're at the temperature above the melting point of iron. This is about 1,600 degrees Celsius. And we dissolve iron oxide in the molten oxide. So now we have this soup here, and we pass electric current across the soup, and by the action of electric current, we reduce the iron oxide to liquid iron, which pools at the bottom, and at the top, we make oxygen gas. So instead of emitting CO2, we emit oxygen, make a ton of iron, make 2/3 of a ton of oxygen. So we take a liability and turn it into an asset, turn it into a product. You should design a process that has only one form of emission, product. All right, so what's that mean if I go to put this in place here? So here's the blast furnace. I'm going to replace the blast furnace. This is an image of an aluminum smelter. It's quiet, it's clean, just making metal 24/7. Only instead it's doing iron. Now, over here, I don't need to pelletize, I don't need to sinter plant, so I don't need those unit operations. These are big capital costs. I don't use any carbon, so I don't need coke ovens, I don't need coal injection, and I don't need any limestone. So the result is that the capital cost of this plant is about 1/10 to 1/20 of the steelmaking plant, conventional steelmaking plant. So the capital costs are much lower. And because we don't need coke ovens, no sintered, no basic oxygen furnace. And if we were to build an integrated steelworks, for example, the last integrated steelworks in the United States was built in 1968, Burns Harbor, Bethlehem Steel. If we were to build one today, minimum tonnage for scalability, 2 million tons a year. At $1,500 capital ton, it's $3 billion. So it's either 0 or $3 billion because the blast furnace needs to be 10,000 cubic meters, otherwise it's pointless. This thing here scales at 1/20 of that. So you could come in, instead of 1 million tons, 2 million tons, you could come in at several 100,000 tons. That dramatically decreases your capital costs. All right, so let's go to my lab. This is my lab at MIT, and this is some early work going back about 15 years ago. It's about 15 centimeters across. There's a furnace being heated externally, and down here are the windings, and here's the cell cap. We're going to look inside. When we look inside, you can see here oxygen evolution from what in this case was platinum. I was using noble metals just to prove the concept. And over here there's a plate. It's probably molybdenum, and we're dripping liquid iron. So this is running at about 1,600 degrees centigrade. It's electrochemistry at white heat. That's really cool. All right. And then the breakthrough came. I said I was using platinum. Why was I using platinum? I got funding from NASA to show that I could make oxygen on the moon using the lunar regolith with no additives. But platinum, you can use platinum because it costs you $50,000 a kilogram to break Earth's gravity, so it doesn't matter. But the shipping costs are $1 million a piece. You can afford, does it make a difference if you ship a Rolls Royce or you ship a, yeah? It doesn't matter. So, but this was not scalable. Then we discovered a ferrochromium alloy that forms a passivating film and allows us to pass current and evolve oxygen. So now we have all the pieces. All the pieces. Oh, and by the way, this is not just cook and look. People look at me at MIT and they say, look, I'm a metallurgist. This is so déclassé, dépassé. And yet this was published in Nature, which is arguably the premier scientific journal on the planet. Nature publishes a paper on extractive metallurgy probably once a decade because it's not au courant. But this one they couldn't resist because even the people at Nature had to say, this could really mean something. All right. So what's the status report? We started a company in 2013. It was called Boston Electrometallurgical Corporation, and only a few of us could pronounce the name. So we changed the name to Boston Metal, and we just closed the Series A with the engine at MIT, Breakthrough Energy, Prelude, and Oil Gas Climate Institute. And this is an image showing us tapping. Here we're tapping metal. I don't know why this thing is... This is the first image. Here's the second image. Okay, we can do this. So this is now self-heating. This thing is about the heart of the cell. This is the anode here. This thing is about 1 meter in diameter. It's running 10,000 amperes, which makes about 1.6 tons per day. It would make 600 tons per year. And this is open. The metal is collecting here. And we figured out how to, on the fly, tap. And we're pouring metal. It's gone into the crucible here. They're pouring. This is steel coming out at 1600 degrees C while the current continues to flow. So we're feeding continuously, gas coming off, and so on and so forth. So this thing is, we've demonstrated that we can make this thing work independently because the current is keeping the cell at temperature and making metal. There's no external heaters. So yeah, that's sort of the heart of the cell. So we make better metal. The metal is of higher purity than conventional metal. In fact, it comes out as pure iron. And we have to dope it up to make it into steel. And by the way, we've looked at nickel. We made pure nickel. We made pure virgin ferrochromium, carbon-free. So that means we can make stainless. And we've made titanium in one step. Zero emissions. Obviously, we're not going to burn coal to make the electricity. We use hydroelectric power or any kind of carbon-free electricity. This is zero carbon emissions. And it's lower cost. This uses 20% less energy than the energy in a blast furnace, so it ends up making better metal at lower cost without subsidy. So I hear all the talk about carbon costs and so on and so forth. I said, I can't rely on any of that. I want to invent below the price point of the market. That's what we did. And you know, in this industry, it's the same as steel. It's gigantic, capital intensive, risk averse, and disruption in this industry is going to come from outside the industry. And let me give you an example of disruption. That's one of our steel workers. Can you imagine? This is a steel worker. That's Boston Metal. Thank you.
I'm Judith. I work with La Familia. We are a venture capital fund based in Berlin. Tom said that investing into concrete and cement is not sexy. We disagree. We focus on companies that are disrupting or enabling established industries. So metal, concrete, construction, anything like that is extremely sexy to us. And today, I think we heard from 3 different speakers tackling computing, kind of architecture, tackling metal, tackling cement and concrete. 3 very different approaches, 3 kind of superstar approaches. I think every superstar or every superhuman needs a sidekick. VCs try to be that sidekick. And I think a couple of you have raised from venture capital funds. A couple look more to kind of corporate VCs, and a couple raise more from NASA, from kind of other institutions. And so I would like to focus on what bottlenecks you see when it comes to collaborating with venture capital funds, and what venture capital funds, and I think there's a couple of VCs in the room, can do to make the industries that you're tackling sexy again. Tom.
I'd be glad to start, Judith. So we were actually originally funded by Kleiner Perkins. And I think it was appropriate that there's a baby in the room. What we found with venture capital firms is that they like investing in things that can get them a quick return. So that's why software is such a wonderful thing. 3 years back, low risk. So they're kind of like investing in a baby. We're more like a teenager with a bad attitude and acne. We've we've de-risked all the technology, and now really it's just a question of rolling out the technology. That carries a different kind of risk, but it carries a time frame with it that really doesn't line up with traditional VCs. So banks aren't going to be a great source. Impact investors, after about 5 minutes, you can tell whether they're actually an impact investor or a financial investor. Stop that. We know who you are. So it's an interesting ride. Most people that invest in us either have a lot of CO2 that they are trying to figure out what to do with it, or they're strategics that really understand the market, or guys that really want to have impact on the climate.
Is that your experience as well?
It is, and especially that last thing you said, which is that it needs to be people who have experience in the market. What I've found is that really a ton of venture capital investors will be happy to take my time and take a meeting. The number that will actually invest is much lower, and I've found that as an entrepreneur in the semiconductor industry, it's really important to focus my time on the venture capital investors who have semiconductor experience. Because as much as an investor might be interested in what we're doing, interested in getting into semiconductor, it's going to be very hard, close to impossible for them to make that leap if they don't have that experience. And it's much more worth my time and effort to just focus on the ones who have that experience.
Yeah, I think it's the case that the time scales that we, time scales that we need and the level of investment are not compatible with the normal expectations. So they say, well, once you've de-risked beyond this point, but how am I supposed to get the funding to take from here to there? So there's that piece. So at some level, we tend to look for high net worth individuals that are thinking about legacy, and they want to put their money someplace where they can be proud to tell their grandchildren that they weren't investing in the oil companies or something like that. So it's tough. It's really tough. People say, oh, we're not like the other guys. But in the end, they are.
Just one quick point. We're actually finding that we're starting to see LPs skip over the funds they've invested in because they're not investing with the impact that they'd like. So they just say, well, fine, if you're going to do it the way they've been doing it forever, get out of the way, I'll do it myself.
I think that's very interesting because, our investors tend to be families and family businesses who have been within the family for generations, sometimes hundreds of years. And so what you're saying is essentially you need to go to these people who have this very long-term kind of perspective when it comes to future value creation. But then when we look at the established industry, especially in Europe, I think that's also a very slow-moving industry. We've heard about, industry inertia. These companies tend to be slow. And so when it comes to collaborating with them and when it comes to the clock kind of ticking and time being a very, very crucial asset here, what is your experience in, kind of collaborating with these established players and trying to get impact into the market the quickest way possible?
I've always been a pull-through marketing guy. That's how I grew up in life, was with a technical background. You have to pull it through. We have to catch these companies in the act of doing the right thing. And so largely what we'll do is we'll get their agreement to work with us, and then we'll get their downstream customers to adopt and pull through. Once that happens and the demand creates, it's amazing how quickly they transition. We're going through that right now.
And so the biggest bottleneck is then basically getting that first meeting and getting your foot into the door.
Yeah, I can't go to a concrete guy unless I got a cement guy that's going to make it. I don't need him to do anything. I just need him to say, oh yeah, I'll make it for you. And that's all we need.
For us, it's really been, cracking the ecosystem has been the biggest challenge of our company. We have a very cool product, but I can't sell my chips directly to you or directly to Microsoft for their data centers. I need to work with a whole host of companies that are making other types of chips that go into those servers that then get sold to Microsoft or Amazon. And so cracking that nut, figuring out how do we get all the different collaborations that are necessary to get inside that final server product we ended up being very lucky to be going to market at a time when the computing industry is going through a transformation. You might have heard Moore's Law, the exponential growth in amount of computing power we can fit on a chip, which has been driving innovation in computing for the past 5 decades. is running out of steam. And so that means there are some pretty fundamental changes happening in the computing industry right now. And all of the big companies are changing how they make their products. And now all of a sudden, there's a great way for us to slot in our product. People are moving away from making massive systems on a single chip and moving towards smaller chiplets. And so all of a sudden, now we can sell a chiplet that fits into that ecosystem, whereas even 2 years ago, that wasn't an option. We would have had to sell IP to go onto an Intel chip. So sometimes it's just pure dumb luck and timing that really impacts the success of a company.
Every sector is different. The thought that I would go to one of the large steel makers, it's just not there. As I said, they're capital intensive, risk averse. They take a look at this and they just summarily believe that electrolysis is impossible and so on and so forth. So we look upstream and downstream. Look to one of the mining majors who are selling iron ore for peanuts and letting the steel makers reap the profits and say, you know, for a very modest investment, far less than you put into your mines, you could be making metal and selling metal. Or you look downstream. So for example, it wasn't that long ago that the #1 customer of Pohang Steel, POSCO, was the Hyundai Automotive. And you know, they must have done some reading in the history books and realized that when Henry Ford built the automotive plant, he built a steel mill there. And he brought iron ore from the Mesabi Range on the Great Lakes, and in came ore, and out came not steel, out came an automobile. And so Hyundai, in the last 10 years, opened up their own integrated steelworks. So somebody downstream is eventually going to say, maybe it's an auto producer is going to say, our cars are going to be made with 0 CO2 emissions, and customers will prefer to buy those cars over cars that are made with conventional steel. So it's got to be some kind of a play like that, as opposed to knocking at the door of ArcelorMittal or Bow Steel. Wouldn't bother.
So let's open up to the audience. Yes.
Well, just to follow on that comment, you know, obviously those two different producers, one who's producing with a low carbon footprint versus another car producer with a higher carbon footprint, fundamentally, if we price carbon properly, there will be an economic advantage to being the low carbon guy. So they're going to win, they're going to gain market share, and you know, that's the market signaling once again. But what I wanted to
do Captain Tresky, I think.
I wanted to ask in particular, Mike Berners-Lee is on our advisory board, and one of the things he's written about quite extensively is carbon rebound. Carbon rebound refers to, you know, the advance in battery technology that we've seen, combined with electrification of vehicles, has rebounded now into uses of this new technology in things that were never contemplated before, such as electric scooters and skateboards and all these things, which are now needing to be charged and have an impact on the grid and having an impact on emissions. So in the 10x reduction of emissions to make steel and reduce the cost of steel, the rebound would be, oh my goodness, steel is so cheap and so low carbon, let's put steel in all these other places. And in fact, the net reduction is actually a fraction of those. So I wanted to just ask about that carbon rebound in these technologies. So, you know, computers, perfect example.
Yeah, you know, what we find is, well, it's hard to predict exactly how much that will happen. I guess to make it a short answer, I'd say we can't let ourselves be too scared to take action. You know, it's still better that we have electric cars and batteries than the opposite. So we'll see how much the rebound is for each of our industries, but I think it's hard to predict.
I think with steel, it's you realize world metal industry, steel is 99% of all metal. Aluminum is a little bit less than 1%, and the rest, copper, nickel, all that, lost in the error, right? So 99%. Let's face it, if steel can be used, it's being used. There's nobody using something else besides steel, because steel is ubiquitous. It's cheap. It's everywhere. So I'm not worried about that rebound.
Okay.
And we're talking about not tenfold reduction. We're talking about total reduction, 0 emission.
Yeah, I think for us, the ubiquity of the material, I mean, you can make concrete everywhere in the world. It's scheduled to go up, not down. Despite anybody trying to replace it, it's already scheduled to go up from 4 billion tons of cement to 5, with urbanization and everything else that's going on. If somebody's got the option of using material that's really hard to get and they have to ship a long way versus something they've been making for a few thousand years, we think probably some of that'll happen, and maybe it'll get used more. We've got a pathway for it to be carbon negative. So take this industry from being the second largest industrial emitter to being the sink for CO2. Yeah, I think it might accelerate that a little bit.
So there was a question there.
Yeah, I just wanted to start by saying thank you, because we so often hear that these industries are never going to be renewable, so you give me a new hope. There's obviously a need for patient capital, but what else is going to stop you, and can the incumbents kind of, strangle you through legislation or other things? It seems to me these are win-win solutions that will have a pathway forward, and the pace, whether or not we can get there in the 8 to 10 years that we have to do it is the issue. But do you see any real barriers?
Actually, it's been kind of the opposite for us. This industry is really trying to figure out what to do, but as I said earlier, they've got assets they can't get rid of and a chemistry they can't change. So they're trying to find solutions. They have dragged us through the code process. We were told it was going to take us 10 years to get a code change. It took us 18 months. So the industry is genuinely trying to make sure the technology does what it's promised to do. But it's kind of like a bunch of little kids standing around a swimming pool. One of them's got to jump in the pool before the rest of them do. So we've got to prove the technology. That's why we've got a showcase strategy. We get showcases in different places around the world. We're allowed to bring anybody we want to into that plant to show them that it works. And then these guys, they're just like lemmings. They follow very, very quickly, and that's going to pull the cement companies along. But they're not going to bet all in on one technology, including ours.
There was another question
Yes.
there.
Oh,
sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Well, firstly, I wanted to thank you all. This is the sexiest thing I've heard in a very long time. And collectively, you represent the biggest wedge on the climate problem that I've seen in one place. And so my question to you, and that you're disrupting these massive legacy industries, is, I think, a credible approach and contribution. And my question to you is, since the three of you each have these disruptive technologies, do you have competition? Are you unique in your category? And do you have everything you need, and how can we help you?
No. This is a problem that the semiconductor industry has been trying to solve for over a decade and a half, really. Actually, notably, Intel has poured, we think, over $1 billion into trying to solve this problem themselves. They have a massive research lab in the topic. And it was honestly just a very hard problem to solve. It tended to be people from the traditional long-haul optical communications space who were leading the research in the big companies like Intel and others that were doing the research. Our company, or the researchers prior to forming our company, had just a very different approach. Far less money. Sometimes I think having constraints, not being able to do whatever you want, somehow helps more innovation. And so, long story short, we figured it out when the others didn't.
So let's take one final question. I think we're slightly over time.
I've got a very quick question for Tom. Can you satisfy a scientist by telling me what is the chemistry behind your process?
Which part? So we actually, just very quickly, we'll take limestone, a silica source. Instead of turning it into Portland cement, which I couldn't even begin to describe, we turn it into monocalcium silicate. Okay? One calcium, one silicate. It reacts with CO2. You end up with calcium carbonate, which is, we basically turn it back into limestone.
Sounds like a fascinating break conversation. So thank you so much, everyone.
I'm a mechanical engineer.
Perfect. Thank you.
My name is John Mankins. I'm going to tell you about something which I believe I can say with confidence most of you know nothing about. To know you know nothing about because you probably have not heard of it. Unlike other things which you've heard of and you believe you understand, and today you've learned a whole lot of things that you really didn't know that you didn't understand. So, what is space solar power? Very simple idea, first invented 50 years ago last year. The sun shines in high Earth orbit more than 99% of the time. The idea is to go into space at a high Earth orbit with a large solar-powered satellite, as it's called, harvest the sun's energy there, convert it into electricity with local photovoltaic arrays, send that energy from a large phased array at microwave wavelengths, so between about 3 and 12 centimeters in wavelength, a wavelength at which the Earth's atmosphere is fully transparent even during overcast or light rain, to ground receivers, which are essentially large mesh antennas. If you've ever seen a photograph of the Arecibo radio telescope in Puerto Rico, it's like that, similar frequencies and similar mesh, from which it would then go into an existing terrestrial infrastructure such as a local grid or local load or substations and be distributed to homes and enterprises. It is important to keep in mind that this is a large-scale solar power system, and it is not the kind of thing where you could conceptually beam power to an individual vehicle or beam power to an individual building, because the power densities associated with safe wireless power transmission have to be low enough that you're not frying birds, you're not putting anybody into threat. It's not a James Bond kind of scenario. And therefore, to send enough power for it to be meaningful for society and therefore to mitigate climate impacts means that you have to have a large area to send a lot of power at low energy intensity. A key part of what this is has to do with how it's done. I don't have enough time this afternoon to go into the details of all the different ways that people have talked about doing space solar power. I would be delighted to talk about this either a little bit during the conversation or tonight at the dinner over a beer. But the approach that we are pursuing has to do with breaking large space platform systems down into a very large number of modular elements, which are like consumer electronics and can be mass produced at significantly lower cost. So in principle, a platform like this concept, which is called SPS Alpha, Solar Power Satellite by means of arbitrarily large phased array, would comprise as many as 1 million modules, but each of those would be about the size of a laptop computer. And so rather than having extraordinarily large single systems like the Space Shuttle or the International Space Station or the James Webb Space Telescope, which are like Swiss watches the size of a railroad car and require billions of dollars of infrastructure in clean rooms and testing facilities and all of that to manufacture and validate before you then have to launch them, this would require mass production on assembly lines the same way consumer electronics are mass produced. You still need clean rooms, but it's a radically different kind of clean room. And once it's all sealed up, then you put it into boxes and you ship it to space. The idea would be approximately 2 gigawatts delivered from each platform, about 1 million modules. And because of the mass production, rather than $50,000 a kilogram up to $500,000 a kilogram for a sophisticated Mars rover, instead, we believe we can get the cost down to $100 to $300 per kilogram, consistent with consumer electronics. To give you an example of the level of maturity of the physics of this concept, I wanted to just draw a comparison between this idea and the ITER. Not that I'm being critical of fusion, but just as a reference. So ITER is somewhere between a project to do a science experiment on fusion, somewhere between $20 and $60 billion and 40 years to test the physics of tokamak-based fusion. The space solar power, this is an end-to-end demonstration with a simulated sun, PV, power electronics, the RF antenna, the receiver, and the generated light. So a complete end-to-end of all the physics. It was done by high school students in 2 months for $500. And the reason it took 2 months is because they didn't know anything about the subject when they started. So the physics of this concept is extraordinarily simple. What would it do? How would this be impactful? Well, for example, a solar power satellite placed in a geostationary Earth orbit over Southeast Asia could address essentially 60% of humanity's market. It's not to say that one solar power satellite would deliver power to all those people. This means that a solar power satellite in that location would have as its addressable market on the order of 4 billion people. Similarly, another satellite here off the coast of South America could address all of South America, all of North America, Canada, Mexico, and Central America. Not at the same time, but that would be the addressable market. And similarly for Africa, concerning the Middle East, Africa, and Europe and Western Russia. The platforms are big, mass-produced. They would cost about $10 billion each. The receivers are able to be placed in a wide variety of locations. They're a mesh, like a metal cloth, with dipole antennas spaced at about 7/10 of a wavelength across the mesh, and have been validated in the laboratory in the 1970s to 93% efficiency. So the RF energy coming in, DC power out, it has been tested to 93. We're expecting to get about 90%. So this means that even though the incoming energy density is low, the outgoing power per square meter from the receiver is quite good, is comparable to terrestrial solar at midday. Other advantages, because it is an RF phased array, it would be dispatchable. You could switch between one market and another on the order of a millisecond. The mature levelized cost of electricity is projected to be between 3 and 5 cents a kilowatt hour. I'll talk more about why we believe that's true. It's 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, 99.95% availability. Energy payback is in about 7 days, meaning once you launch it, all the cost of energy that goes into manufacturing it and launching it, transporting it, and so on is paid back in about 7 days, and that's because of the 24/7. And we believe that we can generate and deliver systems to produce on the order of 50 gigawatts at approximately 0 carbon by 2050. So in comparison to other options, this is a recent report from the Energy Information Agency at the Department of Energy in the US. Essentially, if the mass production works as we expect and we can get the efficiencies from the devices in the system that have been demonstrated in the lab and in other applications, we think it all comes down to launch cost. One of the great revolutions that has occurred recently, and I'll talk more about it in just a second, is in launch to low Earth orbit and transportation in space. And the former really being transformed by two companies, one SpaceX and the other prospective in the next few years, Blue Origin, when their New Glenn launcher comes online. This has reduced the cost of access to space from a typical $20,000 a kilogram to low Earth orbit to about $15,000 to $2,000 per kilogram to low Earth orbit, with SpaceX as the only game in town. And when Blue Origin comes in, and there is in fact competition, in speaking with the president, the CEO actually at Blue Origin, they anticipate that their actual cost for launch will be on the order of $600 to $700 per kilogram. So another factor of 2 to factor of 3 reduction we believe will occur when the market is in fact competitive. So hurdles, technical. First and foremost is establishing the modular architecture, i.e. platforms in space are not made this way. The systems on the ground can be made this way, but nobody does it like this in space, so it's very novel. We believe that the concept of operations, in particular the maintenance and the repair of the platforms is going to be readily accomplished by robotic technologies now available in the lab, mostly because it's a highly structured environment. It's like warehouse robotics, mining robotics. This is not exploring Mars or sending a balloon across the atmosphere of Venus. This is very highly structured and very easy to anticipate. The space-to-ground wireless power transmission is what everybody talks about and everybody is concerned about. I will just say this was first demonstrated at small scale at the kilowatt level in 1963 in the Walter Cronkite NewsHour by the guy who invented the rectifying antenna that would be the receiver. Recently a project, this is by the way the picture of Arecibo and what's underneath Arecibo. This is a picture of a phased array that was developed by a colleague of mine, Professor Nobuyuki Kaya in Japan, for about $80,000 by a group of graduate students who worked for him. It's an 8-element active phased array at 2.45 gigahertz and demonstrated dynamic controlled beam steering, pointing it at a graduate student. The graduate student survived. You can see movies of that online. And lastly, the last technical hurdle is getting this started means everything won't be perfect. And so just like USB drives and most of the consumer electronics revolution, it depends on standards and interfaces and the ability to introduce new technologies in a regular way from lots of sources over time. So when we get started, the PV arrays won't be perfect, but we want to have interfaces that allow us to integrate new PV as it comes along. The RF transmitters won't be perfect. We want to be able to introduce new RF amplifiers as they come along, and so on. So that's a critical requirement. Hurdles that are financial. First and foremost, I agree fully, lots of investors do tend to be lemmings, and they like to go where everyone has gone before. This is Robert H. Goddard, who invented and was one of the pioneers in liquid rocketry. When he published an article talking about how rocketry could allow us to go to space, he was ridiculed in the New York Times because he didn't know what every schoolboy knew: rockets don't work unless there's something to push against. So obviously they won't work beyond the Earth's atmosphere. He was so humiliated he left and fled the east coast of the US and moved to the desert. We have to validate the cost of space transportation. It's quite critical. It is a fundamental requirement. And so we've got to get to the point of being able to get real price points. We've got to validate that the cost of hardware can be as low as we believe it can be. And we have to raise, in the longer term, financing on the order of $10 to $12 billion per platform. I put here a photograph of the Denver International Airport, which is a project at that scale. So is the Big Dig is bigger than that. The Channel Tunnel is bigger than that. There are many, many, many big projects today that are financed either locally or regionally or nationally, or even by companies like a Boeing 787 or a new car from Ford that are on that scale, but it's a major challenge. Legal and regulatory spectrum allocation is critical. Finding an orbital slot is critical. Making sure, we believe it's absolutely safe because it's low intensity, and past studies were done with bees and primates and flora and fauna. But it's critical to demonstrate that it's got, that in fact it is healthy. It's going to be safe in operations. And there's the issue of indemnification. This will be a completely new kind of satellite, and it's going to be necessary to be able to get insurance for it. Just to close with a brief discussion of a candidate project, i.e. how one might get this started. I've recently gotten together with a colleague, a partner in Australia. We're looking at a project to develop the first solar power satellite to deliver power to Australia in about 7 years in 3 phases. Phase 1 would be a $40 million, this is 40 million Australian, $40 million proof of concept. This would be terrestrial. Put the pieces together, demonstrate them. We've got a location that we're looking at for the test facility already. Phase 2 would take that, re-engineer it, upgrade the technologies, upgrade the devices, take it to low Earth orbit and demonstrate it, including in-space assembly and beaming the energy to the ground with active control of the RF beam. Phase 3 would build an initial solar power satellite delivering about 100 megawatts to a high value location such as a mining operation in Australia. And phase 4 would be to begin the development within about 10 years and deployment of 2 gigawatt systems with zero net energy. And we believe that if we can accomplish this, if we can find the initial funding, that this will in fact take us in the direction of this goal for what Earth will be like for our great-grandchildren. Thank you very much.
So starting with the end of your talk, maybe just to start the discussion, maybe you can give a few more points on how would you see market entrance in the first phase. You said already Australian mining operations.
So mining is one of the principal businesses for Australia. Australia is a country where the levelized cost of electricity normally is about 3 times the average in the US. There are about 25 million people. They inhabit a continent-sized landmass, and most of the mining takes place in the center of the country, and the power is provided by trucked-in diesel. They're looking at terrestrial solar, but then there's the issue of the day-night cycle and getting the real value from the solar that they install. And they have another advantage, which I think goes towards the question of the cost of capital for the first deployable system, and that is that in Australia they have a system of superannuation funds, which are basically privately managed but government-mandated large individual retirement accounts. Each Australian worker must invest about 10% of their annual salary into these funds. They have about $3 trillion under management, and I think they're growing at a rate of $40 to $50 billion per year, looking for places to invest. They could not pay for the demonstration, because that's too risky for that kind of capital source. But they are actively looking for things that they can invest in which would create jobs in Australia. So we think we have the market, we have the physical resource, i.e. the land, the places to put an antenna, and we think we have a potential source of the funding to capitalize that first system, which would be a $4 to $5 billion system, and that would not scare fund managers when we get to that point in about 3-4 years, who have access to tens of billions of dollars of new money to spend every year for jobs in Australia.
Okay. Yeah, there's the first question from the audience.
Great talk. I thought you're basically like the anti-James Bond villain. You literally had like a Death Star ray beaming at the Earth, and I was excited about how positive that was. I'm wondering how much of the technological development that you're going to need to get this project working are things that you want to get done in-house, and to what extent you see an ecosystem being built around this to solve other challenges that you would consider not core to what you're building right now, and
right.
what those issues and ecosystem might look like.
So the easy answer is, I think we see ourselves as building the first one of each thing, and seeing how we can best get the rest of each, of many, many copies of each thing done. I see ourselves as pursuing this more like a IBM PC and a Windows architecture in terms of the relationship with the rest of what we hope would become a big industry. If we're going to grow dramatically, we have to do a lot more than we can do ourselves. And we need companies going out and trying to capitalize. We need structures. We need an extremely large number, hundreds growing to millions of CubeSat-sized objects that meet our interfaces and look like what we need to have, but which can then be plugged together regardless of where they come from. So like I said, we see this very much like a consumer electronics kind of market, and we see ourselves moving into that almost immediately and beginning to develop the relationships with a partnership starting between Australia, the US, Japan, New Zealand, Canada, and Europe. And then starting out industry, but trying to get government involved, and then moving rapidly to a global supply chain. It's the only way.
Okay. Next question from the audience.
John, I'm not quite clear. You said you could address 4 billion people from a single satellite. Is that right?
No, address the market.
Address the market.
But it's not all at once.
No, I understand. So my question then is, this is electromagnetic radiation, and you have receivers at If I'm sitting in North Korea and build a receiver, can I steal your electricity?
So this is a very good question. This is in line with the approach to assuring the safety and the reliability of the beam. So the beam would be transmitted from an active phased array antenna that can only send the power somewhere where you have been sending up an encrypted reference phase signal. So you've got an encrypted signal coming up from an accepted receiver, providing phase information to the 1 million elements of the transmitting array. Each one, it's not a million subarrays, but it's a million antennas. Each one adjusts its phase accordingly, and the power can only go to that location. So no, they can't. But they can buy it at premium.
As long as the encryption is safely.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, next question.
Yeah. So I have a question related to the benefits. So because we had a chance to speak before, so I understand that there's no storage battery needed.
Oh,
you can have energy at day and night. So.
You can have energy day and night, but it was on one of the earlier slides, and I passed by it. I did want to say, so each platform in geostationary Earth orbit would go into the Earth's shadow for a varying period of time, up to 70 minutes, when it's the autumnal and the vernal equinox. So in a few days, we'll have the autumnal equinox. Platforms that are in geo will be in the Earth's shadow at that moment. It has to do with when the Earth is pointed this way, and it goes around, and then basically the satellite's here. So you have to have energy storage at each receiver equal to the power output that you want from the receiver times 70 minutes or 90 minutes. And so the economic numbers are all based on every single station has about 90 minutes of energy storage. Yeah. And this actually is really critical because it allows you to level the load, and if you're doing switching, or if something happens and a plane in an uncontrolled fashion flies toward the beam, you can turn it off and you don't interrupt power for the users, for the customers. So
maybe the last question is in comparison to a different kind of neutral energy stack like wind and solar on the ground. So what the efficiency, or how would you compare it? So just to get an idea, so maybe just rough numbers.
yeah, so the conversion efficiency at the receiver is about 90%. The end-to-end conversion of platform electricity to market electricity is about 60%. So you lose about 40%. And almost all of that is in the devices. You lose about 5-7% in the transmission losses and in the spillage.
What's the area of the satellite when it's spread out?
So it's a diffraction limited beam problem. And so to have a receiver of 6 kilometers in diameter that receives 96% of the energy, you need a transmitter that's 1.6 kilometers in diameter. Now, if you it's a linear relationship. You can reduce the size of the transmitter and increase the size of the receiver. Or, because the received beam is a Gaussian, in fact, most of the energy is in the innermost third of the receiver. So if you don't want, like in a high value market, if you don't want 96% of the beam, you can still get 50% of the beam with 10% of the receiver.
Are you worried about space junk?
Not in GEO. And we are concerned in LEO because we have to pass through LEO, but we don't stay long.
There was one more question. We have around, I think there was a question.
That was the same question.
Okay. We have around 1.5 minutes, so 1 or 2 additional questions. Yes?
So what's the present state of the art in the RF amplifiers that you need for this, and how does that compare to what you like?
Yeah, so where things were back when this was first explored as a technology in the 70s, the microwave tubes, things like klystrons and magnetrons, were at like 80% efficient. This is the same kind of tube you have in your kitchen microwave oven. But they're very noisy because they're all machined, and each one's a little bit different. The solid-state amplifiers at that time were like 10-20% efficient, and so it was impossible to consider them. Now, driven in part by the requirements for battery life for these things, which are of very similar frequency, and also military applications, the solid-state power amplifiers are at 80%. and for this kind of frequency range, which is terrific.
Maybe one final question?
Thank you so much. Among all the challenges and hurdles that you listed, to me, the ones that seem the most challenging are perhaps the most unsexy ones, standardization and safety. So how are you going to be able to build the awareness and the acceptance and create the standards necessary without wasting tons of money on that, all of that, and distracting you from the core technical development?
Well, because of the modular architecture is crucial to low cost. Without the modular architecture, you don't have the capability to mass produce the pieces. In fact, the standards are central to everything. So that's not a distraction. And the public health and safety is a crucial issue. It's one where we believe the answer is already clear, but we have to prove it. And so I think we just have to live with those costs. We have to fund research studies. We have to fund multi-generational genomic studies to validate that those issues are not going to be compelling.
I'm Troels from Seaborg Technologies. I'm our CEO and co-founder. I have a PhD in nuclear physics that I almost don't use anymore. That's how it is to be a CEO. It turns out there's not enough business administration when you take a PhD in physics, but that's... So, can I slide with this? Perfect. So, we're Seaborg Technologies and we're rethinking nuclear. So, all you know about nuclear, rethink it. Firstly, I usually talk my crowd really far down, but I was told not to focus on the problem. So instead, I will focus on the opportunity here because you understand the problem here. If you look in the world out here in Indonesia, they have monsoon seasons that last approximately 3 months a year. In that period, you don't have wind, and solar is not really coming through. So you don't have wind and solar. Also, they have mountains, but they don't have a lot of rain on them, so they don't have any high-lying rivers. So they cannot really rely a lot on hydropower. They have volcanic islands, but the magma goes up straight, so you cannot really use geothermal. That means they basically have 0 of the renewable energies available. That's a funny problem because that's something that people don't see. And it's actually not only Indonesia, it's the entire East Asia that has this problem. And if you look around the world, approximately half of the people in the world doesn't have access to renewable energy. Not because of cost, because of simple how the globe works. That's problematic. But it's also an opportunity. And that's the opportunity we're taking. We're pretty tired, that's how we found it. We were pretty tired that politicians talk a lot and nobody's acting. And we were academics, all of us, and academics are like, in 30 years we can do this. We don't need 30 years, we need to do something now. And we don't need a climate change of mindset or a climate debate, or we need climate action. So we decided to start doing something. And then we went on business terms because we're from Denmark, so we were not allowed to do it under university regime, so we had to go and do it in a business framework. And then you have to adopt the business. So killing coal by capitalism is where we started. This also means that I will become a trillionaire. But actually, that's easier than it sounds. I'll get back to that. Nuclear power, just to set the scene. Nuclear power today has a bunch of solid fuel rods. When you have a fission process running, you create fission products which are highly radioactive and which can get out of, if there's a hole from the fuel rods, which are down there, to the environment, they react with oxygen, they react with water, they're easily biologically consumed, so they're easily taken into your body or into the body of a cow or into grass, and then into a cow, then into the milk, then into the fridge. So it's very, very bad consequences of a disaster. It's actually disastrous, right? Simultaneously, you're running a high-pressure system with explosive gases, and you're running it in an unstable mode. So nuclear power is very severe accident consequences combined with an inherently unstable system. Great. Engineers have been really smart in the nuclear industry and actually made nuclear one of the safest energy sources we have. But the consequence, people believe that it's the public opinion that killed nuclear. It's not. Public opinion never killed anything. It's the cost, the risks, and the delays in which has arrived because all innovation has been in safety. So today, you put 20 billion pounds up front, and then if the government approves all the stages, then in somewhere between 8 and 15 years, maybe 20 or maybe 25 years, you will start earning interest on that money. What? That's not financially viable. Nuclear is simply not financially viable. And as a physicist, I know that we are only going to solve the climate problem if we can use nuclear. So that's actually a problem. So this is what we set out to solve. We're building a molten salt reactor, and I actually brought fluoride salt. I always bring that. In a molten salt reactor, you melt a fluoride salt, you dissolve the fissile material in there, and you run in a liquid system. So it's very different from all the other reactor concepts. It has 3 really good bullet points, which are really nice in the public. It cannot be used for nuclear weapon. That's pretty nice if you want to go to Bangladesh or similar places. It can burn the waste from existing nuclear reactors. That's kind of the key if we want to be sustainable on a long time scale. And lastly, it cannot melt down or explode, which I actually don't care about, because what is a meltdown and what is an explosion? But it's a matter of accident consequences, and that is the key to the economy. Now, if I say that this is going to be the cheapest in the world, it was actually built 3 times before, but it was never commercialized, so there's good reasons for that. So I will dig into why it's safe, basically. There are 3 levels, and I only have 5 minutes. So firstly, you just have a simpler system, fewer pathways to failure. Secondly, we reduce the release mechanism, so no pressure, no explosive gases. And thirdly, which is way more important than the others, this salt, if whatever goes wrong, if somebody throws in a stick of dynamite, it gets out of the reactor, it solidifies, and it stays there. That's it. It behaves like a rock. It doesn't go into to the atmosphere, and it doesn't go into the biosystem. And that, we believe, is the game changer. First of all, it's a great economic driver to have simpler safety, because that's where your cost is in nuclear. Secondly, it removes the risk from the government, which is currently doing all the nuclear. It moves it from them to the industry. So now you install safety features because you want a cheaper insurance, not because you want to safeguard the public or satisfy some government criteria. That's very, very, very different. And that's the entire secret to all of this. And then, of course, you need more. So we're doing 3 things. We're changing the tech. We are also making it small, because you need it to be small. Modern grids are not going to be gigawatt power grids. They're going to be localized grids. They're going to, you need to have something which fits with a new type of furnace, or a ship, or a small town, or general industry. So make it small enough for that. Make it a market fit. And thirdly, exploit the existing supply chain. We need to scale at a tremendous speed. So you need to develop technologies which can fit into the existing supply chain. Our product is really small, and there's only one thing I want you to take from this, and it's really technical. We are not using graphite. That is the killer of the original idea. And it took us 2 years to find a way around it, and now we have a patent on it. But that is the key. The reason it was never commercialized was graphite. We're not using graphite. That's it. But then also, we are really compact. We are economic at 100 power, and we plan to do a replacement every 12 years, so we can produce at a central facility. If you look at this, not going too much into cost, this is the size of a reactor unit. It's less complicated than a wind turbine. Less mechanical parts, approximately the same type of alloys, same price range, and it weighs 1/3 of a wind turbine. When we are at scale, we expect this to be cheaper than a wind turbine. But we're producing not 1 megawatt of power when the wind blows. We're producing 100 megawatt. And we are also producing heating, cooling, or desalination, and desalination here is important for the future. On top of that, we can load follow, so we could even fit it together with these modern technologies, these renewables. And we can even use heat storage because it's a high temperature source. So it fits very well into the grid. We could actually send them up in the atmosphere and beam the power down if we want to. So this is my plan to become a trillionaire. First, I want to build one. Then I want to go into mass production and make them cheaper than coal. And I believe we can do that in the early 30s, actually. And then I want to go out there and replace oil, because oil will not just be replaced. And if you have cheap enough energy and biomass, you can create oil, green oil, good old octane, plastic, medicine, all of what we use the oil for. We can use that. So we are growing pretty fast. So this slide is from last month. Now we are 20. When I left yesterday, we were 23. Now we're 24. We also got 3 more PhDs. And we got another continent, so we're from 5 continents. Anybody from Australia or South Pole, please apply. We have a bunch of students, and talent magnet is really our biggest selling point here. This is going to be extremely hard, but what does hard mean? Hard means that you can make money on it, if you can manage to do it. It means there's some risk involved, and then it means you need the right team. It doesn't mean it takes a long time or anything, or that it's very expensive. Well, it is, but it needs you need talent. We can solve problems, but you need talent. And then this is the last slide, and I'll just summarize it in 25 million, please. And then I have 5 seconds for questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kerry Brenner. I'm a plasma physicist. I specialize in producing plasmas, these burning hot fourth states of matter using the most powerful lasers in the world. I work in Oxfordshire in the UK at the Rutherford Appleton Laboratory for one of the government national laboratories there. And right next door to the lab is Didcot Power Station, which has actually very recently just been switched off. On one of my kind of commutes into the train station, into Didcot's, the nearest train station to the lab, I can't remember what it was, a few years ago, there was a big stall, none of the trains were going, and it was because there was a big hall of, that's where all the coal trucks were coming in. And this thing was easily felt like a mile long or something, and there's nothing as sobering as seeing tons and tons of coal drifting past you. And it looks very old-fashioned, and it is. It's a very old-fashioned way of generating electricity, burning stuff, making fire. You know, mankind has been doing that for a very long time. It's very easy, and it's very understandable and reproducible. But yeah, there's nothing like seeing that and then putting that in perspective, is saying we are burning this amount of stuff every day to keep the lights on. Surely by now we would have figured out a better way to release energy and keep power stations going that aren't so destructive and harmful to the environment and so short-sighted, really, is what fossil fuels are. And that's what this kind of panel here is to celebrate that as new ways of how we're going to release energy, because that's what fusion is, that's what fission is. Nuclear power is a way of converting mass that just sits there doing nothing into a useful energy form that we can then turn into electricity. And the 2 different ways, I mean, fission in terms of power stations, we've harnessed that, we've got that working for a long while now. That was easy because it takes a lower amount of energy to trigger those reactions to keep them going. Fusion is a lot more complicated to trigger. But we have done fusion. Fusion reactions have been going for decades. The trick is getting more energy out of the system than we pump in to trigger it. And that's the difference between fusion and fission. Fission we've got going, and you can keep working safely and in a controlled manner. Fusion hasn't done that yet. We haven't figured out the right recipe, the right combination to get more energy out than you put in. So What I'm going to do is quickly introduce the people on the panel here because they have a few different ideas of how you're going to get more energy out than you put into fusion. And then I would love to kind of welcome your questions about that and the journey to making that happen and bring it to reality. So I'll start off on my right. Moritz, if you want to introduce yourself and your fusion recipe.
Yeah, Moritz, been an entrepreneur for 22 years and came to fusion by accident, but have been intrigued ever since. We're banking on the recent advancements of lasers who've gone through a Moore's law over the last 10 years to utilize laser technology and deploy the required energy in the target, in the fuel. In our case, proton and boron 11, which is non-CO2 obviously, but also non-radioactive, and facilitate an amazing team of scientists to pull it off.
And I'm Dan Brunner. I'm Chief Technology Officer and a co-founder of Commonwealth Fusion Systems, a PhD in Applied Plasma Physics and Fusion Energy from MIT. And so basically what we're doing is we have the same science that underpins ITER, so very well demonstrated in tokamaks, but we're taking a new type of superconducting technology and just engineering it into higher field magnets that allows us to make it a lot smaller.
And I'm Bart Marcus. I'm a combination of an entrepreneur and an investor. I've been looking at fusion ever since I studied physics, and that was the first wave of we're going to solve fusion in the 80s, and I guess we didn't quite in time frame. So been following the space like Matt did for a long time. And when I stepped out of my venture capital career 4 years ago, I basically had a good understanding of the landscape, and I picked what I think is the technology that has a good chance of being the first out of the gate. Whether we solve it, I don't know. But at least we're I think, in a good position. And our principle is, I guess like Dan, we take the easier fuel, the deuterium tritium, to start with. And we use, like Moritz, we use a inertia-confined fusion. We do not use a laser to bring the energy in to make the fuel dense enough that it creates fusion. We use a projectile-based fusion concept. So that's... and there's got to be some big stuff coming out of us this year, so you'll see that.
And, well, you heard me, but I'm busy preparing the supply chain for those guys so they can use our assembly lines.
So despite the differences you've seen already, you can see a range of ways and techniques and innovations in order to get there. But one thing these folks all do have in common is that they're all embedded, these ideas are being developed, embedded in the startup culture. So I was wondering if we could talk a little bit about the difference is in doing this really kind of high risk, forward thinking, physics, engineering, R&D, integration, all these complicated things, doing that in a startup environment instead of what has been quite traditional, which is in the national ag, big government, international collaboration. So who wants to kick us off? Daniel, I guess you have experience in the two.
Ours is an interesting one because it's a hybrid right now too, because we're sponsoring research at MIT. So it's a CFS team and the MIT team working together as one team on the Spark project. Mm-hmm. And so having seen what that team looks like without the forcing function, it's pushing a lot faster to get to results. Certainly the team that worked at MIT under the government funding scenario was working hard, but it was more so on the basic science aspect of it as opposed to delivering new systems that have to perform on a short time scale.
I think another difference is that many of the past government-funded research projects were weapons-oriented in this field. We are exclusively focusing...
the inertial confinement, not the magnetic confinement.
The inertial confinement. So we're focusing exclusively on energy, and I can only undermine the speed and flexibility of a startup, of a venture-driven company, beats the slow-moving processes in large organizations, like you see in ITER, for example, but also other projects.
So I'll add one thing, which is that I think that fusion and for that matter, fission is complex enough that if you as a startup think you can do everything by yourself, you're probably wrong.
Yeah.
So, like yourselves, we work with a bunch of universities, Imperial, Oxford, obviously, where we come from. We work with the UK Atomic Energy Agency, which is really the core where the ITER technology is being developed. So we just recently announced we did a whole bunch of work as we're starting to think about the reactor concept, because just to get fusion doesn't mean anything right now. We want fusion, great science. We actually want to have energy, right? So we've done just together with Mott MacDonald designed a reactor concept, and so we do. The key is though, as you say, Moritz, is a startup can drive these things at a different speed, but you still need to lever an ecosystem. If I look at my investments in deep tech, which I did as an investor, I think in most of the cases, the core technology is typically not where companies fail. If they fail in getting the stuff around it to work. And so you need to work with other people. You can't do it as a startup company.
I mean, ours, we were actually just a bunch of physicists brewing beer, and then we got good enough that we got drunk enough to form a company. So that's basically
very Danish in itself, right?
and then we just had to learn as we went along. And I will say, in the beginning, we did a lot of basically lucky decisions, and a lot of we didn't have no choice. So, we're not good with the finances, we're good with the tech, so let's just dig into the tech. And then that meant that we didn't get any money. But suddenly we were on top on the tech, and we were the leading tech contester, and then, suddenly money starts to come in. So that's I think it's a portion of stupidity and luck, and I mean, if I had known what I was doing, I wouldn't have found it. So sometimes it's nice to be young and naive and don't know, but also when you're there, you're not going to stop. So I think that would be my answer.
Yeah, so you just touched about kind of the money bit there as well. I guess with the government plans, multi-billion, many years of investment and commitment to that, and a long-term program funding that and the people around it. So how do you keep that going in a environment where you're asked, when are we going to get to see a return on this? When are we going to see something on the national grid? When are we seeing electricity? How do you balance that within those environments while maintaining the speed and the creativity needed to solve these challenges?
I'll say again here, it's for us that was luck. We managed to not achieve any public funding, so we were not bound by all of these rules. So we only got private funding, or we have a little bit of public funding. So we're not bound by those rules. We're bound by, we need to bring value to the company and grow until we are big enough that we can raise the next round, and grow until we're big enough that we can raise the next round. So that's how we're doing it. Hopefully we will start getting government funding. But so we are very market oriented and very.
I think again, I'll talk for fusion then. The projects in fusion are large and complex, so there is a large amount of money required. There's no two ways about it, right? So the trick is to cut it up in pieces. So we raised 30 million so far. With that 30 million, we've delivered a fundamental proof of the technology, and we're there now. Then the next round is going to be 500 million, which we could never have raised, before actually showing a decent amount of neutrons out of a reaction that, or actually in the case of DT fusion neutrons, out of a reaction that has a reactor concept following it. Then with the 500 million, we'll do hopefully net gain. That sounds like an awful lot of money compared to ITER, which we're 20 billion in. By the way, the number keeps on going up. You put 60 million on there. That's the first time I saw 60. But
that's the new estimate.
Is that the new estimate?
The U.S. Department of Energy is 65 billion.
Is 65? On the low side. Okay, because I only had heard 40 so far. I'm on the. So that.
Maybe to add to that. Yeah.
So, but it's super important that it happens, because a lot of the research that these guys do, a lot of the stuff we actually lever into our technologies. So I don't think it's bad that we spend 60 billion of government of our money on something so fundamental that can actually change, the way it works. Sorry,
but to add to that, I think as we have, seen here today, the awareness of society, of governments has changed. We see the support from the science community, from the investors, that whatever fusion concept it may be, we need to make that happen. And while carbon capturing is important, it's just extremely expensive. If we were to capture all of the carbon emissions, we're looking at something like $4 trillion a year. I think the four of us with that money will have solved CO2-free energy easily.
We don't need that.
So I think it's our job is to bring the public, you, the people behind the idea that electro scooters and some wind turbines, they're just simply not going to do the trick. If energy consumption doesn't go up, our economies are not growing, and the world will be struggling. If we don't all want to live like 1750, we need an energy source that can deliver at scale without CO2, and hopefully, speaking for us, without radioactivity. But it has to be very clear for you, everyone, that we need to drive politics to a point where they put money behind things that actually make sense and they do make a difference. It's, for me, it's like a Muppet show seeing German politicians talking about little measures here and there. We're 1.2% of global CO2 emissions. Even if you go to zero, it doesn't change a thing. So spend your money where you actually move something and make a difference. And whether it's a projectile or a magnet or laser who does the trick, the important thing is it's happening.
Cold fusion included. We just need to do all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. So
Actually, can I just comment here? I think it's a funny observation that 150 years ago we figured out that we were burning a lot of woods, and then we figured out that we could burn coal and oil, and we started doing that, and that gave us an industrial revolution. And today we figured out that we cannot burn coal, so we need to probably burn woods. Seems like it's. I think we need to step up and get into a higher power density source. That's how you get breakthroughs. We used fire for 2 million years, or something like that, and now we've been using coal for 150 years. Now we need something new.
Yeah.
And it'll be fission for 30, and then fusion for 30, and then something new, black holes or something.
Antimatter. Visionary. In the last few minutes, then I want to take, if that's inspired any of you guys to ask some questions. I've already got one on the corner here, and then we'll come swing this side.
Thanks. So I want to follow up on that topic. So in Sweden, looking at the media discourse on climate change and breakthrough technologies, it's focused very much on technologies like yours, and because that drives clicks. It drives, it's a good story to sell to the viewers, and it's inspiring, it's exciting. But to me, it seems, at least looking at my friends and my family, it kind of also feeds and drives complacency. Like everyone's just waiting around for the breakthrough technology, which hopefully will happen, but maybe 10 years from now, 15 years from now. How do we work our way around that to, well, of course, work on what you're doing, but avoid just feeding through the media discourse, avoiding complacency. Just people just doing what you do. They keep driving their cars.
That's a problem harder than fusion to solve.
Yeah. Like how you reflect on this, or I don't
No, we should do all of these things, right? I think you said, we should do nuclear, we should do fusion, we should also do, CCS. We need to do all of these things. Otherwise, we are. I think the term was not yet used, but we technically are going to be fucked, right? And so we better do something. I think it's outside of the scope of this panel. We obviously are working on that nugget. I once had a meeting actually with a guy called Bill Joy. Matt knows him very well as well, and he drove this 10-point, agenda of the real problems of the planet. And actually, he's a good friend of Bill Gates, which drove that whole Breakthrough Energy Coalition. And he said to me, Bart, if you are talented as an individual and you can make a difference, pick one of these 10, and he had all of them in there, right? So energy was in there, water was in there, social inequality was in there. And he said, pick one and try to make a difference. So my urge to all of you, and I'm pretty sure you all try to do that, that's why you're here, is let's all pick one where we think we can make a difference. And if then there's a room like this in China, and there's a room like this in India, and a room like this in the US, I think we will come with solutions. So we need to come with solutions. Sorry, I'm an engineer, so I'll come with a solution here, right?
I mean, so just one point to add to that from our perspective, the amount of energy that lasers can deploy today is not to be compared with 10 or even 5 years ago. The Nobel Prize in Physics last year went to John Moreau and Donna Strickland for the development of these new modern lasers. So I hear what you're saying. At the same time, I believe this time we're in now is a unique opportunity from a technology perspective, but also from a funding perspective. The awareness is finally there that, like we heard earlier, a combination may do it, but what we currently have won't do the trick, simply. It's not going to help us from not being fucked. And so it's a unique time to build these types of companies and hopefully deliver in an adequate time frame that will make a change happen.
Well, we are out of time, I'm afraid, but yeah, please carry on this conversation and yeah, going forward.
If I can just say one thing, I completely neglected to introduce my colleague Florian Metzler. He's actually German by birth and training, but he's now at MIT and he's going to be hiring 10 people there to work on our fusion program. So please chat to Florian if you have any technical questions.
Great. And now enjoy more coffee and a break.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kelly Wanzer. I am the executive director of Silver Lining, which is a nonprofit that is focused specifically on near-term climate risk and research in measures that might be helpful in addressing near-term climate risk. And my background is actually from the technology sector. I was in IT infrastructure for 2 decades as an entrepreneur and executive. So audiences like these, I'm very excited to see drawn in and working on the climate problems. And I found today very inspiring. So I want to thank Hampus and the team here for this amazing day.
Yeah.
And I'm all that's between Brian and I are the only thing between you and drinks. So, but I want to finish off with a topic that I actually worked to try really hard to make it boring. So I'm here to talk to you about the possibilities of technological climate intervention with respect to near-term climate risk. And the context that I want to bring us back to, as we've talked about all of this innovation, is the fact that our immediate problem is heat stress on the Earth system. That we have a problem of trapped heat energy in the Earth system that is putting pressure on the various subsystems, and some of them are moving toward points that we would prefer them not to be in. And I appreciate Sir David's comment this morning reminding us all that we have a time-sensitive problem. And one of the aspects of the problem that makes it difficult is the uncertainty associated with catastrophic climate risk. So it makes it hard for us to talk about, it makes it hard for us to develop a portfolio, it makes us hard to interpret where the time horizon of innovation maps to the risks that we face. So, and some of these risks, I work in policy circles, particularly in the US, also a little bit in the UN. And some of these problems people are getting increasingly vocally concerned about in terms of the proximity of tipping points. And again, Sir David has been talking about forest fires and feedbacks associated with that. In the circles that I'm in, the Arctic risks have become very prominent. Congressman McNerney is outspoken on these issues in the United States. And he actually describes the state that we're in with respect to the Arctic as we're in deep shit. So
We have some of these risks, including the large methane stores in the Arctic, the potential instability of large ice sheets that would change the equation for coastal cities and even the way Earth's circulation works. So these kinds of uncertainties and risks, they may be relatively low, maybe in the single digits or low double digits. They may be high. From my point of view and the point of view of silver lining, the fact that we currently have very few ways of addressing those near-term climate risks is unacceptable. And so where we are today is that we have a number of measures associated with emissions reduction and carbon removal that I'm very bullish, especially based on what I heard here. Over the course of the next several decades, the next 50 years, innovation will come and it will help us map to the kinds of changes that we need to make that perhaps by the end of the century, we're able to move to zero emissions and bring carbon out of the atmosphere at scale. The problem that we have is that we have uncertainties in the 10 to 30-year time horizon and risks that are pretty high. And for the most part, most of the people that I know don't think any of these solutions scale in a 10 to 30-year time horizon globally to actually reduce the amount of trapped heat energy in the system. And so even as optimists, where we want to move things along very quickly, bring ourselves to zero emissions and so on, we have very high risk associated with the heat energy that is already trapped in the Earth system. We have more coming in, and we have natural systems that may be starting to increase it in the form of feedbacks. So the question is, are there any possible response measures for addressing the risks that we face in that 10 to 30-year time horizon while the innovations that all of you are working on unfold? And so this is kind of the story I was telling here. And again, I don't pretend to make specific predictions about how quickly some things could go. And I would love it if there were silver bullets that moved very quickly and waved through the global economy and changed this equation massively in the next decade or two. But I would say there's a reasonable amount of uncertainty around that. And so right now, when we look at our portfolio to address kind of the climate risks that we face, the big gap that we have is in fast-acting measures to reduce heat stress on the climate system. Things that would act in less than 10 or 20 years if we needed them to. And if we started to see sort of dramatic deterioration, some people think we're already seeing that in the Earth system, and we needed a way to respond. And in fact, in some parts of the world, people are already looking at these questions. And so, in the past 10 years or so, scientists have started to look at the question of what might be ways to intervene in the climate system if we needed to address heat stress. And where they landed, so the Royal Society did an assessment in 2009, and the National Academy of Sciences in 2015. And where the scientific community landed in terms of what would be fast-acting ways to reduce heat energy in your system is a variation on one of the ways that nature keeps the planet cool, which is the reflection of sunlight from particles and clouds in the atmosphere. So this is a NASA simulation of that. And in the general picture, the idea that scientists believe that by increasing the reflectivity of sunlight from the atmosphere by 1 or 2%, you might be able to offset 2 degrees of warming or more. So what might that look like, and why do we think that? So this is an image of clouds off the Pacific West Coast of the United States. The streaks that you see in the clouds are produced by the emissions of ships. So it turns out when particulates mix with clouds, certain particulates, these are the sulfate emissions, the dirty pollution from ships, mix with clouds in a way that makes them a little bit brighter. And so on a global scale, scientists think that this effect from all ship traffic may be slightly cooling the planet by increasing the reflection of sunlight from clouds. And we'll have an experiment in this next year because the IMO is dramatically reducing these emissions from ships for pollution. So we may actually see a measurable increase in warming from the loss of this reflective effect. And it turns out that this reflective effect is produced by all emissions. And so this is an IPCC chart of the anthropogenic effects, warming and cooling effects of emissions on the planet. So the ones you see in pink are the warming forces that you're familiar with in terms of greenhouse gases. The ones you see in blue are cooling effects, mostly from particulates in pollution. One of the biggest uncertainties and one of the biggest variables in predicting climate is how much cooling is being produced by our emissions. And it may be anywhere from 0.5 degrees to 1.5 degrees C. So as we reduce emissions, if this effect is strong, we will actually see a substantial increase in warming in the near term. If this effect is weak, then we're lucky, and we're not producing as much cooling from this source as we might otherwise be. So among other things, understanding this effect that's already happening is quite important. It's a variant of this effect that we're already doing accidentally that's being proposed as a countermeasure to warming. So one of the things I kind of want to remind you here is that whilst I'm talking about something that's somewhat new, it's not entirely new. It's a variant of something that nature does and something that we're already doing. So this first effect that I talked about is known as the cloud aerosol effect. So it's what happens when particles mix with clouds, and there's a magnifying effect where the droplets in the clouds break up, and the clouds become brighter. So British scientists proposed that there might be a variant of this where you could optimize the effect by using the sea salt particles from ocean water, optimize them to a certain size, and target susceptible cloud decks over the ocean. And by doing this, early modeling studies have suggested that it might be possible that by targeting about 20% of these types of marine stratocumulus cloud decks over the ocean, you might be able to offset 2 degrees of warming. This effect is temporary and relatively localized, so some people have postulated that you might also be able to use it in a regional way. For example, to cool area of the Gulf Atlantic in the months before hurricane season to reduce the force of storms, or to cool areas of water flowing into coral reefs as a way of sustaining corals. The National Academy of Sciences in the US recently included this in their review of means of sustaining corals. That ecosystem is in a pretty desperate state. So they're looking at pretty dramatic things to do. So this is one approach in this category, sometimes known as solar climate intervention or solar geoengineering. The approach you're probably more familiar with is based on the phenomenon that happens when very large volcanoes have gone off and release material all the way into the stratosphere. And the material that they release includes sulfates, which is similar to what our pollutants are doing at the cloud layer. And when they're released into the stratosphere, they reflect sunlight directly. I think of it like bedazzling the stratosphere. But in the case of Mount Pinatubo, which is a volcano that erupted in 1991, it cooled the planet for measurably for over half a degree C for almost 2 years. And in that period, after the volcano went off, there was a marked recovery in Arctic ice in the following year, measurable, which declined subsequently. So scientists feel fairly confident that putting a certain material into the stratosphere reflects sunlight in a relatively predictable way. What they don't know is what kind of side effects might be dangerous when you do this. And side effects of this technique that scientists are curious about learning more are how these chemicals interact to affect the ozone layer. Sulfates, which are what volcanoes release, are particularly damaging to ozone. Theoretically, there are other materials that you might be able to use for this kind of effect that might be safer. That's something that has yet to be studied. Similarly, when you reflect sunlight from the stratosphere, it has the effect of heating up, warming the stratosphere in a way that's new. And it changes the heat distribution vertically in the atmosphere in a way that might affect climate in ways that we haven't seen before. So those are the kinds of things that people want to understand about this type of approach were anyone to do it. But the important thing here or an important aspect of this, is that when you look at the trajectory of warming over the course of the century, this is a simulation from NCAR that compares a business as usual scenario in their global climate model to a scenario where we start climate intervention in the stratosphere in 2020, gradually increasing it and continuing through the end of the century. And what you see here are global surface temperatures by the end of the century. This is the world the trajectory that we're on currently without intervention. And with intervention, in theory, in this climate model, we may be able to keep global temperatures similar to today's. So this is the sort of rationale for why these things might be worth exploring. And if they are dangerous, why we might need to explore them well enough to understand and articulate the case for not using them in the event that others try to. So where we are now is we have a very big Earth systems problem where we have proximate risks and we have the most complex systems problem on planet Earth. So for you in the computing field, the only thing that takes more computing than a climate model is a model of the universe. These are massive complex systems problems, and we're likely to be making decisions under uncertainty and trying to rapidly understand the system as well as we can. So there's an opportunity when we're trying to look at these kinds of questions to invest in climate models, analytics, and the kinds of things that people from the tech industry know how to do to better understand the system. We're likely to need that if we're going to evaluate these kinds of interventions. But these interventions are a variant of anthropogenic things we're already doing. So the kinds of analysis that we're looking at are things that are important that we need to understand already. Now, in order to study these things, we require a combination of observations, data about the system, model simulations, and potentially experiments to understand what these materials do when they interact with the atmosphere locally. That idea is a little controversial. And by the way, for the most part, it hasn't happened yet. The one experiment in this category that was attempted was actually in the UK at Cambridge University. And they were attempting to use a balloon-attached hose to mostly spray water at altitude. And that ended up being shut down over a couple of different flavors of controversy. So it's a little bit difficult to study these problems. But there are a couple of emerging programs in the space. The biggest one is at Harvard University, where they're looking at studying putting material into the stratosphere, stratospheric aerosol injection. And they have proposed an experiment using a balloon to release small amounts of material to study the chemistry effects of what happens when you release the material. So that's one project that's going on. The other sort of significant integrated program is at the University of Washington, which is a proposed effort to study controlled distribution of sea salt spray into marine clouds. For the most part, these programs have very little funding. The Harvard program was funded through personal finance from Bill Gates, not strategic funding. The University of Washington has a little bit of private funding. Other than that, there are no formal sources of funding currently for this research anywhere in the world except China. China has a $3 million modeling program in this area. But just to finish off on the technologies involved, at the University of Washington program, they've developed a nozzle that sprays 3 trillion droplets per second, so it basically nebulizes salt water from the ocean. This is the state of the technology, and this would be required to scale up to do sort of cloud testing. These are the researchers. So it was developed by retired Silicon Valley engineers who are doing it on behalf of their grandchildren. It's now moved into Palo Alto Research Center in the hopes that there will be some more serious funding for developing a scaled apparatus. But around the world, there are some efforts emerging. So most of them are in the US. There's a modeling program in China and a small modeling program in India. And then there's a really interesting program to fund Global South researchers to be able to look at potential impacts of these techniques in their regions so that they might be equipped to participate in discussions that might happen around what these interventions would do. So, but a point of emphasis again is there have not been formal sources of funding for this research. So today's policymakers, whether it's in the US or Europe or wherever, they lack the information to answer basic questions about what their policy position should be. And in most governments, they even lack someone to call. And this has been true in the United States, where there isn't even an agency with responsible people looking at these questions who could help policymakers make determinations about them. That's something we've been working on in Silver Lining relatively successfully. But the background to that are concerns that many of you may be familiar with. So the biggest concern around this space is that it presents a moral hazard, that the idea that you might be able to engineer heat stress relief might impair progress in other areas. But there are other social and philosophical concerns related to this that have prevented any movement forward. And so that's the context that we're sitting in when we think about these things. But recently in the United States, it has been the case that conversation around research in this area has been an area of bipartisan agreement. So there was, in 2017, when some of the biggest climate deniers ran the House Science Committee, they had their first rational conversation about climate change in the context of this issue. So it's possible, while controversial to say, that it may be a gateway drug for people who have trouble with talking about the climate issue, or for climate skeptics. So there is some research funding in the United States in the 2020 budget next year in this category, and that will likely invoke lots of discussion about the what and whether of this category of work. But I'll leave you with the thought that in terms of these kinds of interventions in major risks to the climate system, we have successfully solved these kinds of problems before. And the Montreal Protocol is a really good example of a science-based, rational way of addressing a sort of existential risk to climate. And the Montreal Protocol Forum has actually introduced this into their assessment process, which we think is a healthy development in terms of international awareness and discussion of these issues. So it may be that there's a way that we can move forward on understanding these things while at the same time taking the steps that we need to take to develop a healthy and maintain healthy natural systems while we manage the acute near-term climate risk. So with that, I will turn it over to Stefan.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Stefan Schäfer. I'm a political scientist at the Institute for Advanced Sustainability Studies in Potsdam, just to the southwest of Berlin. And me and my research group, we work, amongst other things, on the politics and the governance of what it might mean to do research on, then to possibly eventually even do something like what Kelly was just presenting to us. And I'm going to open it up to the audience in a minute. We're already well into our discussion time. But I do want to ask you one question beforehand. So I've been very excited about this event because of the breadth of possible solutions that have been showcased to us today, the various business models that people are putting forward for how we might deal with the climate change problem that we're facing. But it seems to me that there's a difference, a categorical difference between the solutions that we've heard from throughout the day and what you've been presenting now, which is that everything else has been centered more or less around the idea that we need to reduce emissions, whereas what you've been presenting could be read as, could be interpreted as saying, well, actually, we can directly act on global average temperature without dealing with CO2, right? So we could decouple dealing with climate change from dealing with CO2 emissions. So I guess the question I'm asking you is, are you ruining everybody's business model?
That's a great question. So I think there are two aspects to that question. One is I think it's really important in all of these solutions that we look at time to scale. And so we have to be rigorous in how we think about time to scale and what that means in terms of impact, not only on greenhouse gases, but on the trapped heat energy in your system. So we've got to look at that. And so this operates in a different way in terms of the scale question about trapped heat energy. It doesn't address root causes, which have to be sort of systematically addressed over time. So it doesn't do that, and that's exactly right. And one of the really important things to understand about this is a temporary stopgap measure to maintain stability. And it is more risky the more that you do. So if you did go down this road to do this, the wisest course would be to do as little as possible for as short a time as possible and to restore the natural system to balance as quickly as you can. So if you think about this in the same way you think about a quick measure to reduce a spiking fever, so you can keep the patient stable until you can restore them to health, this does not cure the disease. And when I talk to climate skeptics or conservatives in the US about this, I tell them the same thing. You absolutely have to bring greenhouse gases out of the system because we don't know how much loading of this you can do.
So, but when you say a short time, what's the time frame you're thinking of?
Well, I think the important problem we need to solve for is what is the time horizon that it's going to take for us to get greenhouse gas levels back to where we need them to. So I think in a conservative sense, we probably have a 30 to 50-year gap in terms of the global scaling of the kinds of solutions we heard about today and where the atmosphere starts to come down to, closer to pre-industrial levels. So if we think about it that way, and again, the safest possible way to do this is to still have greenhouse gas loading as low as possible. But the reason you're doing this partly is to prevent those natural system changes where the feedbacks overwhelm our ability to actually do anything about it. And so if you look at the situation in the Arctic with these giant methane stores, and let's say we take that as a use case, if we look at that use case and we say, we could not counter what would happen in a release of these giant Arctic methane stores, do we have any insurance policy to make sure that doesn't happen? And so if you think about it that way, it really starts to be less competitive with these other things. The urgency around these other things is still there.
Right.
But the insurance policy may be important.
Okay, let's take some questions from the audience. Yes, please. Okay.
So I have one which is you talked about when this then is better understood. There's like this, okay, should we do this? Do we affect other things?
Yeah.
To me, it sounds very similar to the cloud seeding that actually is being deployed in the Middle East, in particular Abu Dhabi. I'm sure you're aware that they do this, right? They put little particles in the, I don't know exactly, you probably know. Is it the same, and how is then the world reacting to that today?
So
it happens now, right?
So I'm not an atmospheric scientist, but I have worked closely with them for a long time. And so cloud seeding for the purpose of rainmaking is actually a harder problem. And in the Middle East, it's an extremely hard problem because in order to make rain and in fact to make clouds, you need turbulent air movement. So in regions of the world where the air is calm, making rain is a really difficult problem. And so the scientists at the University of Washington are quite skeptical about these rainmaking efforts. Increasing the reflectivity of clouds, the albedo of clouds, is actually a less hard problem. Predicting what happens to weather patterns and things like that when you do it is a hard problem. And so, yeah.
Yeah, next question in the back, yes.
Just in case research figures out that it's really a good option to do so and put some more clouds in. How do we have to adjust our policies and our definitions on organic food in the world, depending on what we put into the sky?
Well, that's an interesting question. I haven't had that question before. I think, so interestingly, the material that's proposed for marine cloud brightening is sea salt mist from ocean water. So I don't think, for some environmental considerations, at least chemical ones, it comes into play. For putting particles into the stratosphere, my understanding is the concentrations are so low that it's unlikely to affect those kinds of factors on the ground. But that's not a question I've looked at closely, so it's an interesting one.
Saw a couple more hands around here. Yes, please.
What governmental bodies or intergovernmental bodies do you think have the authority to stage a process like this? How do you think about the geopolitics of implementing climate engineering in that?
So at this stage in the community around this, there's a strong differentiation between research and what they refer to as deployment or implementation. And so for research, the teams that I work with in the US and in Silver Lining, we've been very interested in governmental oversight of research so that they can assess claims made by the science and the scale of any experiments and things like that. In the US, the agency that actually has legal authority over weather modification is NOAA. So they have some statutory authority already, which we think is a good thing. In the UN environment, it's a little bit less clear because there are multiple forums that have potential jurisdiction in topics related to this. From our point of view, given the state of the science, that having forums where there's a strong scientific assessment function is useful. Because right now, there's a dearth of information, and it would be important for people to have confidence in the information that they're getting. So the first forum to move forward in a scientific assessment is the Montreal Protocol Forum, and they'll be looking specifically at what the impact of material in the stratosphere might be. So we view that as a healthy sort of next step for international participation around this. It also happens to be a really healthy functioning forum in the UN environment.
Just follow up really quickly on that. I'll allow myself the chair's prerogative. The Montreal Protocol was set up to deal with substances that deplete the ozone layer.
Right.
Right? So this was an unintended side effect of introducing material into the atmosphere, right? That at the time we weren't aware of.
Right.
So is there not a certain probability that there might be these kinds of, Rumsfeldian unknown unknowns when you coat the planet in a layer of sulfuric acid?
Yes, they don't describe it that way, but for sure, the unknown unknowns are a big concern. And so it's part of the case for research because we're heading into a world where we have unknown unknowns at sort of 2.5 and 3 degrees and so on. And we have unknown unknowns around things like this. So we have this relative uncertainty problem where that's pretty profound. I'm a person who thinks that there's some low-hanging fruit research around where the biggest risks are and where the biggest showstoppers are that we should pursue right away, which is why the Montreal Protocol Forum is useful because they get it right at the heart of these stratospheric risks.
Okay. Yes, please.
So to summarize what Silver Lining does, no, I'm not going to ask her if I need
How much money do I need? Ask me.
I've done that in the other panels.
Right.
The message I see here, damned if we do, damned if we don't, the message I'm hearing is that that's a little sinister, and I'm hearing that, there's all this, inconvenient truth and all this stuff, and that has merit, but there's a silver lining. And the flip side is actually these dirty ships are actually doing a net positive for the environment. I'm almost sure I have that completely wrong. What if in a few sentences, what should we take away? What's the message to take away, from the silver lining, what to watch for, what to engage with?
I mean, to me, the message is that these sort of solutions are potential insurance policy against the tail risk of climate change in the near term. We have some non-zero risk of dramatic, unremediated, unsolvable climate change. And for me as a human being, that's unacceptable. So the message of Silver Lining is we don't stop until we've got math that works against all the different sort of risk horizons that we face.
Take 2 questions, 3 questions, and then you get the last word. Is that okay? 1?
Sure, yeah.
Unilateral geoengineering. Many commentators have brought this up.
Yeah.
Small states, large states, non-state actors decide, screw the insurance policy, we're going to do it. What are your thoughts on that?
It's
Okay,
not...
Stop, let's take the 3 of them together and then you can get the last word, okay?
Okay.
Number 2?
That was memory.
It's okay?
Okay.
And then, yes?
At 1 degree centigrade above the pre-industrial
Yeah.
period, we are already cooked. The Arctic ice has
Got it.
gone. All of this talk about 1.5 and 2 was relevant in 2015.
Yeah.
It is no longer relevant. That's my first comment. My second is those beautiful graphs showing how a bit of geoengineering can manage the problem going to 2100 really don't show the massive challenges associated with this. Northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere tipping up as a result of the way the stuff spreads in the stratosphere.
Yeah.
I really think, Kelly, that we need to look carefully at how we present this. Otherwise, the notion for the fossil fuel industry is that they have a fig leaf. Really, the challenges are enormous in this geoengineering idea.
I don't disagree with that, but I also think that it's very difficult because if this is not set in the context of a 3-degree world or the world that we're headed into, so I don't disagree with that. And normally when I talk about that simulation, like this is the very first simulation of its kind anywhere. And the point that I'm trying to make is there's so little investment in research to understand these kinds of risks. I'm not trying to say...
Jim Matthew has done a lot of simulations.
One final sentence on unilateralism?
Actually, Riley's going to do the nice wrap-up now. So
Okay, so we're going to do unilateralism over dinner. All right.
Come back to unilateralism over
Okay,
dinner.
thank you very much.
So it falls to me to sort of try and wrap this up with some comments. It's an impossible task, but what I'm going to try and do is just give you a little bit of a context from more of a political standpoint, and to talk about some of the human feedback mechanisms that are at play in this conversation. Just quickly, I'm the Executive Director of Environmental Defence Fund Europe. That's my day job. I'm also an accidental politician in that I have a seat in the House of Lords, and I've been working on this problem for 20-odd years and was put into the House of Lords because I helped draft the Climate Change Act for my sins in the UK. But I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how we got here and what's stopping us from doing something about this and what we can do about that. So, okay, so here we are, our little fragile little blue planet that we know we need to protect. And really what I think the challenge we will face as humanity is getting a collective handle on how we manage life on this little fragile thing that we depend on for life. And in the 1960s, the astronomer Nikolai Kardashev was thinking about extraterrestrial life and how you might categorize the intelligence that you might encounter beyond our solar system. And he came up with the Kardashev scale. It had only 3 numbers on it. The first was at 1. If you scored 1 on his scale, you'd mastered the sustainable energy that you could gain from the planetary scale. At 2, you'd already mastered the energy within a solar system. And at 3, you were into galactic energy management. We are not at 1. We are nowhere near 1. We're probably at 0.5 if we're lucky. And that's because we're not able to manage the Earth's energy in a sustainable way currently. So this is the challenge we face. Currently, it's not working because we have this really hard number that's been there. We've been monitoring this since the 50s at the Mauna Loa Observatory. Professor Keeling is responsible for this. Very, very huge foresight to put in the monitoring that we now have a continuous measurement going back of data. The parts per million in the atmosphere of CO2 have been rising since he installed this equipment. And not just that, but the rate at which it's rising is also rising. So, this is the exponential hockey curve that we're challenged to try and do something about. How did we get here? I love a Sankey diagram. Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to see here, but basically what this tells you is that energy is the largest portion of the problem. So yes, we have land use change. Yes, we have agriculture waste, industrial processes directly, but
the big chunk is energy, producing both carbon dioxide and methane as two really, really potent, and certainly in the space of carbon dioxide, please don't forget that in 2,000 years' time, 40% of the CO2 we emit today will still be in the atmosphere. So there's a real huge time issue. Every ton emitted matters, every ton not emitted matters. This is our challenge. Another Sankey diagram, this is my favorite. This is from the 1980s, from a US energy report, kind of breaking down US energy at the time. This is the sources going in. As you can see, nuclear at that time was a little contributor. Renewables doesn't feature at all, and it's mainly coal, oil, and gas. Not a lot has changed, I'm sorry to say. We've got a little bit more nuclear, a bit more renewables, but still coal, oil, and gas are the main contributors to the energy mix in many, many economies. And what I love about this little Sankey diagram is it says, it was obviously written by someone who was trying to force change, because this red aspect here is waste heat. This is all of the energy lost from the inputs from these primary energy fuels. So it's a really stupid system. And it says in the bottom here, sunlight falling on the US is about 700 times greater than all the inputs coming into here. So already back then in 1982, we knew that we were doing things in a really bad, stupid way, and there were alternatives. But unfortunately, we didn't do anything about it. Now, why is that? Oh, sorry, I won't go into this, but other people have spoken. We need to do a handbrake turn. Even if we make the handbrake turn, we're going to overshoot. Massive amounts of negative emissions are going to be needed to stabilize. That's the challenge. So, what's stopping us? There are at least three tragedies involved in climate change from a political perspective. The first is the tragedy of the commons. So it's a collective action problem. It's the ultimate commons problem. How do you apportion responsibility to act in a world where you need multilateral action? And if we don't all act collectively, the fast movers are disadvantaged relative to the slow movers. And this graph is kind of chosen as to illustrate that, because you can see it's getting complicated now, because it used to be clear that United Kingdom was like, we were the most responsible historically for emissions per capita, given that we started the industrial revolution. It's quite a big moral responsibility on us to act. EU similarly. United States, a bit slow to take up. You've made up for lost time. Still on this chart, the biggest responsibility falling to you today. But what you can see here is this sudden rise of China and in the kind of emissions from Asia, which really then starts to complicate things. EU's still winning the political will to keep acting based on this sense of moral guilt, essentially. But now it's getting harder and harder when we see the US and China is now almost comparable in terms of their contribution in current terms. So it's a tragedy of the commons. There's also another tragedy. In fact, it was Mark Carney, the governor of the Bank of England, who brought this phrase into being of the tragedy of the horizon. He was talking about it in terms of financial risk and how the impacts of all of this unraveling was going to be baked in by the time we realized it would be too late. But actually, it's a much broader problem than that, and that's that time is so critical in climate change, but it doesn't match at all with political cycles. We're talking about hundreds, thousands of years here, and politicians, their timeframes, well, at best they think in terms of a 4 or 5 year cycle, but mostly now they're thinking about maybe a week if we're lucky, maybe even just the time it takes to send a tweet. That's the kind of time horizon that our politicians are now facing. And this is illustrated, I think, by the fact that in 1912, this article appeared in the newspaper in New Zealand, warning that there was going to be potential impacts of burning coal. 1912. Unfortunately, because it says, oh, this may affect us in a few centuries, everyone went, oh, that's fine, we don't need to worry about it then. In that case, I'm worried about tomorrow, not what happens in a few centuries. So there's the tragedy of the horizon. And then there's my favorite, which is the tragedy of the incumbents. Now, this is perhaps the one you haven't heard much about, but this is truly the thing that hits and makes politics different. We are not facing a blank sheet. We're not just innovating into a blank space here. We have headwinds. And those headwinds are the incumbents who are currently benefiting from the status quo. These are quotes from Exxon in their reports from the 1970s, basically stating that they know that CO2 is a major contributor of climate change, and there's no doubt that increases are going to cause problems in the future. So even knowing that, they didn't act. In fact, they did the opposite. They doubled down on research and set up kind of astroturf groups to make it appear that there was lots of doubt. And it's very easy to cast doubt and make uncertainty cloud any clarity about action. So the challenge we have is to innovate and disrupt in a place and in time when we have very, very powerful vested interests who've grown rich off the back of the fossil fuel industry for over 100 years. They have bigger lobbying powers, they have more money to spend, they know all the cutting edge uses of targeted micro messaging and advertising. You know, this is not necessarily a level playing field, so that's just another tragedy. Now, having depressed you, here are some really good reasons for hope, and it's this aspect of kind of human feedback that I think is going to give us hope and that will solve this. The first is, I think, Paris. You know, Paris was a moment. It's not perfect. It certainly shifts to much more of a voluntary bottom-up system. There's very few teeth. Enforcement is weak. No sanctions. But it set a very clear equation that man-made emissions minus man-made sinks must be zero sometime before 2100. And the fact that all countries came together to sign this had a kind of emblematic and symbolic effect that kind of spread and really did lodge into people's imagination that this was the first time the world had come together and was showing that it was serious about doing something about climate change. So this was a moment. Now, you might think, well, this is not a reason for hope, but it strangely is, because, you know, this person pulling out of Paris meant that everybody then suddenly went to ratify in record speed time. So for every action, there's a reaction. You know, the threat of Trump and Putin actually pushes people into galvanizing them into action, whether it's a state level, city level, innovation coming through. It's incredible what that does. Also,
that's the silver lining.
It's the silver line. But also, more importantly, these guys control a lot of fossil fuels. He's sitting on the world's largest reserve of all fossil fuels in the world, and he's developing his very fast and trying to sell them to everybody. You know what happens to that? In European decision making, that's an alarm bell. They don't want to be reliant on these people. So indigenous energy sources, and by that I mean renewables or nuclear or anything that can be built and put onto your land, makes you insulated from the threat of these two. So that has an effect too. And then I love this. I love this counter effect. This is the Environment Minister of Sweden who deliberately put, this is the signing of her Climate Change Act into law. And she arranged this as a response to Trump, because I don't know if you remember the all-male panel that signed into law the, you know, stopping abortion or whatever it was. But anyway, listen, there are actions and there are reactions. And this writing of laws, passing of framework legislation, putting, enabling prices to be put on carbon, values to be created, markets to be created, this is a good reaction and it's spreading. We have this movement, the kids are revolting, great. I mean, they generally are taken to the streets. They are now getting their information directly from scientists. They're not mediated by the old media that used to just, you know, choose to report the things it thought was important and ignore the stuff that really was important. They go straight to talk to these people, find out the science, and are now really making waves. And it's having a kind of effect on politics, which is really, I think, going to be grow in importance. I put this one up because this is a good example of how we should have faith that technologies can be commercialized. LED lighting was installed in the Sistine Chapel. It saved them, you know, thousands of pounds on energy bills, and it also then led to the Pope with his encyclical about climate change. And the fact that religious leaders were suddenly taking climate change seriously, you can't underestimate how important that was in terms of switching people onto this issue. And people I know in the House of Lords who were skeptics would come up to me and go, well, now the Pope's talking about it, maybe there is something here. So, you know, that has, religious leaders have an amazingly important effect on human thinking. Now, I haven't got much time. I put this up because one of the things I think we just luckily still have is little pockets of pooled sovereignty where we can see policies enacted that are then affected across the globe. Montreal Protocol is one of a good example of those, but the one I particularly love at the moment is the shipping industry. It's responsible for 90% of world trade. It emits about the same as Germany on an annual basis. It's currently running on the most filthy black fuel. It's about to clean up its sulfur, which will make the climate change problem worse. So now they're trying to do something about climate change. And the nice thing about this is it's a little corner of the UN. It's headquartered in London. It has country representation. And when it decides to do something, it will spread that rule across the whole world. And I've seen ships like, companies like Maersk say, we're going to be carbon neutral by 2050. We don't know really how, but we know our engineers are going to get us there. And we're going to use the IMO to write rules so that we're not disadvantaged in the marketplace. So new markets for alternative fuels will come from those regulations passed in the UN and then de-risked for investors. And we're working on that. And then the final thing, I loved Alex's point about look for answers in unexpected places. We both share a passion for whether or not we can use the oceans more sustainably to get both protein and sources of energy, and to use, if we're all shifted to a climatarian diet, which means lots of shellfish and things that actually help us to sink and control carbon, we can use our diets and we can use agriculture and aquaculture to help as well solve some of those really hard to get at sources of emissions. So that's it. Okay.
So when we started today, I started defining a problem, as my parents did, as something which, like, we understand the consequence, we understand why, we understand the consequences, and we find a solution for it. And I really hope that today that we have talked about why we're here, where the consequences sit, and I really hope that we all feel that there are actual tentative solutions. And I think one of the, like, ironic names of the whole event is the Manhattan Project, and I think one of the things I think is important here is that the Manhattan Project is you. The things every single one of these projects is not going to solve it. The Manhattan Project is us doing this together.